Chapter 1071. As captives, their treatment was naturally not good. It was impossible for each person to have a room. With more than 400 captives squeezed into one room, it seemed a little crowded. However, no one dared to resist because they were afraid of being killed. They were also very nervous and did not know what their fate would be. The unknown was always frightening, especially on that route. It had been many years since space pirates had appeared. Therefore, many people had only heard of the reputation of space pirates but had never seen them with their own eyes. The satellite battleship was very fast. Chu-Mu did not know where it was heading. At first, Chu-Mu was also a little flustered, but he soon calmed down. He knew that at this time, being flustered would not help. He would not be able to change the fact that he was a captive. He calmed down and waited for the right time. As the captain of the meteor-level battleship, Wang Huilin was very experienced and courageous. After the initial panic, he gradually calmed down. He also saw Chu-Mu. Seeing that Chu-Mu's expression and eyes were very calm, he squeezed over. "My name is Wang Huilin. How should I address you?" Wang Huilin asked in a low voice. "Chu-Mu." Chu-Mu also recognized that the other party was the captain. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Chu-Mu did not know his exact age, but he should not be younger than 40. His cultivation was at the fourth sky of Fate Realm. In a place like the ancient God Realm, to have such a cultivation at such a young age could only mean that his talent was very ordinary. "Brother Chu, why are you not flustered at all?" Wang Huilin asked. He could not tell Chu-Mu's actual age. Judging from his appearance, Chu-Mu was not more than 30 years old. "Is there any use in being flustered?" Chu-Mu asked in reply. Wang Huilin was startled. He immediately nodded and said in a low voice, "That's true. There's no use in being flustered at this time. But look at them. Panic is written all over their faces. Captain Wang, do you know anything about this evil dragon pirate gang?" Chu-Mu asked casually. "No, this is the first time I've heard of this pirate gang. I've been traveling back and forth on this route for more than 10 years, but I've never encountered a pirate gang." Wang Huilin didn't care about how Chu-Mu addressed him. He just looked depressed. After traveling for more than 10 years, they were captured by a pirate gang today. It was easy to imagine the frustration in their hearts. They even wanted to bang their heads and die. Speaking of that meteor-class battleship, his family had spent a huge amount of wealth to purchase it. It accounted for half of his family's income. Now that it was gone, his family's income would be greatly reduced. The impact would be huge, and he would become the sinner of his family. Thinking about it, Wang Huilin's heart was filled with sorrow, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Seeing an old man crying beside him, Chu-Mu was speechless. He casually comforted him. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Within the battleship, Chu-Mu didn't know how much time had passed, but he guessed that it had been at least a few months. The battleship's speed finally decreased, and the friction with the planet's atmosphere created countless sparks. The battleship landed and trembled slightly. Then the pirates came over and chased everyone off the battleship. After getting off the battleship, Chu-Mu felt the dense yuan qi in the air. It was even denser than the transfer planet. It was more suitable for cultivation. "Captives, we have arrived at our destination, Evil Dragon Island. From now on, this is where you will live." The leader of the evil dragon pirate gang roared fiercely. "Everyone listen up. From now on, each of you will choose your own residence. Your mission is to condense an inner core and submit it once a year." Condense an inner core? Chu-Mu didn't understand. "So, the purpose of capturing us is to condense an inner core," Wang Huilin said in a low voice. He seemed to be relieved that he didn't have to die. "I will only say it once. Remember it all. The Uchino Sword of Gojoseon has to submit 360 low-grade inner cores every year. The 2-star Sword of Gojoseon has to submit 720 low-grade inner cores every year. The Samsung Sword of Gojoseon has to submit 1,080 low-grade inner cores every year. The 4-star sword of Gojosian has to submit 1,800 low-grade inner cores every year, the leader of the evil dragon gang said. There was no 5-star sword of Gojosian present, so he didn't mention the 5-star sword of Gojosian. If you can't submit enough low-grade inner cores, the consequences will be severe. You will be fed to the dark demon Jiao, the leader of the evil dragon gang said. I'm sure you'll like it. It's a 9-star beast king with a bronze bloodline. Of course, if you're obedient and complete the mission on time, I'll let you go in 10 years. A 9-star beast king was equivalent to a 9-star sword of Gojosian. The bronze bloodline made it stronger than ordinary 9-star beast kings. Its combat power was astonishing. Now, choose your residence. Tomorrow you will start condensing an inner core, the leader of the evil dragon gang roared. He gave each of them an empty interspatial ring and drove them away. The evil dragon island was located in the middle of an ocean. It was quite large. With the evil dragon pirate gang guarding it, there was no chance for them to escape. They could only choose their residence for the time being. The residence here was very simple. It was just a simple cave. The cave of the Wang Huailin sword was not far away from Chu Mu's cave. Chu Mu sought out Wang Huailin regarding the so-called congealing of the Yuan core. Brother Chu, it is your first time in the ancient god realm. No wonder you don't know about condensing an inner core, Wang Huailin said. He immediately explained to Chu Mu what an inner core was and how to condense an inner core. After listening, Chu Mu understood. The chi of heaven and earth on the planet of life in the ancient god realm was many times richer and purer than in the Archean world. When a swordsman's cultivation reached the creation realm, he could practice the art of condensing an inner core by gathering the chi of heaven and earth and condensing it. Inner cores were divided into grades. From low to high, they were low, middle, high, and supreme. Condensing an inner core was a technical job. It was not easy. It would consume a lot of divine thought power and a little bit of mind power. Therefore, every swordsman of the first heaven of creation could only condense one lower grade inner core a day. After that, he would need to rest to recover. If he was desperate, condensing 2 lower grade inner cores a day was possible, but it would be very tiring. Some stronger swordsmen, such as those of the first heaven of creation with stronger divine thought power or other aspects, could condense 2 lower grade inner cores a day and then rest. However, there were very few of these sort of Gojosian. A second heaven of creation could condense 2 lower grade inner cores a day and then rest. A third heaven could condense 3 inner cores. When one reached the 4th heaven, it was the upgrade from the low to the middle level. The increase in divine thought power would be more obvious, so one could condense 5 inner cores. There were 3 functions of an inner core. First, as a currency in the ancient god realm, primordial crystals were not used. Inner core was the hard currency. Second, it could be used to cultivate and improve one's cultivation. Third, it could restore one's sword energy after consumption. The leader of the evil dragon pirate gang required the Ichino sword of Gojosian to hand in 360 lower grade inner cores every year. This was to calculate the normal amount of inner cores condensed by an Ichino sword of Gojosian every year. Chu Mu was a Samsung sword of Gojosian, so he had to hand in 1080 lower grade inner cores every year. By the way, the energy contained in each lower grade inner core is equivalent to 500 grams of liquefied essence in your ancient god realm, Wang Huailin said. A lower grade inner core is equivalent to 500 grams of liquefied essence. Chu Mu was shocked. 500 grams of liquefied essence required 10,000 pieces of ultimate crystals. In the ancient god realm, every Ichino sword of Gojosian could condense 1 lower grade inner core every day, which was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of ultimate crystals every day. The value of a middle grade inner core is 10 times that of a lower grade inner core. Wang Huailin simply told Chu Mu everything he knew about inner cores. In the end, He even taught Chumu the core condensing technique. In the ancient god realm, most of the sword of Gojosian knew the core condensing technique. Chumu, who had just entered the ancient god realm for the first time, didn't know the core condensing technique. In just 15 minutes, Chumu had learned the core condensing technique, which shocked Wang Huailin. Although the core condensing technique wasn't difficult to learn, it still took him 5 to 6 days to learn it. However, Chumu only used 15 minutes. Comparisons were odious. Brother Wang. Under Wang Huailin's request, Chumu changed the way he addressed Wang Huailin. The armor on the evil dragon pirate gang's leader seems to be very unusual. Yes, if I'm not wrong, it should be a god armor. Wang Huailin's face was serious. God armor? Hearing this new term again, Chumu was very curious. It is said that god armor is the armor worn by the warriors of the Pantheon Temple a long time ago during the Pantheon era. It has incredible power, Wang Huailin said with a serious face. I don't know how god armor is made. It's not like I've never seen a real god armor before. However, god armor has incredible power. The armor on the evil dragon pirate gang's leader is very unusual. It is very likely to be a god armor. If the armor on his body is really a god armor, then an ordinary 9-star sort of Gojosian wouldn't be his match at all. They wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Even a powerful 9-star sort of Gojosian might not be his match. Wang Huailin concluded. Wang Huailin's knowledge about the so-called god armor was very limited. Therefore, Chumu's understanding was also limited. However, after knowing about something as powerful as a god armor, Chumu couldn't help but be tempted. Forget it. I should prepare to condense my essence core. At the same time, I should think about how to leave this place. Chumu thought to himself, throwing away those unrealistic thoughts. Would they really have to stay here for 10 years? Would the evil dragon pirate gang really let them leave after 10 years? Thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Maybe what awaited them after 10 years was death. Therefore, if there was a chance to leave, Chumu would definitely not let it go. After chatting with Wang Huailin for a while and learning more information, Chumu returned to his cave and began to practice the art of condensing elixir. Although he had already learned the art of condensing elixir, he needed to spend more time to master it. After a short rest, Wang Huailin hurriedly performed the art of condensing elixir to condense a low-grade essence core. The other 9-star sort of Gojosian who had been captured and brought here did the same. Although none of them had seen what the Black Demon Dragon, a 9-star Beast King with bronze bloodline, looked like, they would rather not see it for the rest of their lives. It meant that they would be thrown to feed the Black Demon Dragon. Chapter 1072. Evil Dragon Island was surrounded by the sea on all sides. The tide surged, and the sea breeze blew, making a whistling sound. The spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the immemorial world. Inside the cave, Chumu sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands were waving in the air in front of him. His 10 fingers flicked continuously. Sometimes they were like meteors streaking across the sky. Sometimes they were like flowers blooming. Sometimes they were like flowing water. As Chumu's 10 fingers moved, the dense spiritual energy in the surrounding air was continuously extracted. Visible white streams of spiritual energy gathered from afar like snakes, continuously condensing at the center of Chumu's 10 fingers. This was the alchemy condensing technique. The condensing elixir technique consisted of more than a dozen hand gestures. Coupled with the use of divine sense, it could draw the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi and gather them together to form an inner elixir that was solidified by heaven and earth yuan qi. When using the alchemy condensing technique, one had to be completely focused. This was because it would consume a lot of spiritual sense and a certain amount of mental energy. It was not an easy task. Although Xiaoqin was a beginner, the speed at which he extracted spiritual energy and condensed it into a primal core was not any slower than those who had cultivated for several years. Chu Mu's learning ability was very strong. Every time he used it, he would become more familiar with it. After using it many times, he would quickly become familiar with it. According to Wang Huailin, some people could extract spiritual energy and condense it into a primal core without using any hand seals. After the spiritual energy in the surrounding area was extracted, the spiritual energy in the distance would quickly flow over to replenish it. It was inexhaustible. There were 24 hours in a day. A normal Ichino sword of Gojoseon would take 12 to 16 hours to condense an inferior grade primal core. The Samsung sword of Gojoseon was even more efficient, taking 4 to 6 hours to condense one inferior grade primal core. Chu Mu had already tried it. The first time he condensed a primal core, he used 8 hours. The second time he condensed a primal core, he used only 6 hours. This was his third time condensing a primal core, which was also his third day on Evil Dragon Island. Time passed bit by bit. The white color between his fingers gradually solidified and finally formed a milky white elixir the size of a longan. It emitted a pure and majestic yuan qi fluctuation. It was a low-grade yuan qi elixir. 5 hours. As I deepen my understanding of the core condensation technique, this time will be shortened again. Chu Mu said to himself as he stored the low-grade yuan dan into his space ring. Currently, there were only 5 low-grade yuan pills in his spatial ring. There was nothing else. Originally, there should have been 6, but when Chu Mu condensed his first low-grade yuan pill, he wanted to experience it first, so he swallowed it and refined it. Indeed, as Wang Huailin said, a single low-grade yuan pill contained energy equivalent to 0.5 kilogram of yuan liquid. The 3-star Sword King turned in 1,080 low-grade yuan pills every year. On average, it was 3 pills a day. Now was the 3rd day, and Chu Mu should have condensed 9 low-grade yuan pills. However, he only had 5 in reserve, so he wasn't worried at all. This was because he knew that in a few days his speed would definitely increase again. Condensing 4 pills a day wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Chu Mu did not really want to condense yuan cores for the evil dragon pirate gang. This was just a temporary measure. It could be considered as storing some yuan cores for himself, which could be used for cultivation, recovery, and currency. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Chu Mu's efficiency in condensing low-grade yuan cores had greatly increased. Now he could condense 1 low-grade yuan core in a little more than 2 hours. Including the rest and recovery time, he could condense 6 low-grade yuan cores a day. It should be known that his spiritual power was more than 10 times stronger than the Samsung sword of Gojoseon. His recovery speed was also relatively faster. Chu Mu decided that if there were no accidents in the future, he would condense 6 low-grade yuan cores a day. The rest of the time, other than recovering his spiritual power and mind power, he would cultivate other things. The space inside the cave was very small. It was suitable for living, but not for sword practice. When Chu Mu wanted to practice, he could only go outside the cave. He was still practicing the basic sword arts. The trajectory of each sword was clearly visible and extremely simple. It showed Chu Mu's unparalleled attainment in sword arts. Just then, Wang Huailin walked out of the cave. When he saw Chu Mu practicing sword arts, he was stunned and shocked. After Chu Mu finished practicing sword arts, Wang Huailin walked over and praised, "Brother Chu's sword arts are really unfathomable. This is the first time I've seen it." Chu Mu just smiled. "By the way, Brother Chu, this is your first time in the ancient god world. I don't think you've practiced any sword arts, right?" Wang Huailin's eyes lit up as he thought of something and said directly, "Yes." Chu Mu nodded. This was not a secret. On the contrary, most swordsmen who came to the ancient god world for the first time had not practiced any sword arts. The reason was very simple. The laws of the Archean world were not complete enough. It was not suitable for sword arts to practice, or even if there were sword arts, they could not practice them. I have practiced some sword arts, but because it's a family sword art, I can't teach it to outsiders. Huailin said apologetically. It's okay. Chumu said. It was good to have a sword art to practice, but even if he did not, he would have a chance to get it in the future. By the way, I used to practice a sword art a few years ago. It wasn't passed down from my family, but its level was relatively low. I wonder if Brother Chu would like to practice it first? Huailin thought for a moment and said. Chumu nodded. His current idea was very simple. He wanted to practice sword arts and have a deeper understanding of sword arts. A low-level sword art was easier to practice and easier to master. On the contrary, a high-level sword art was unfathomable and difficult to comprehend. Since he had not even touched the surface of sword arts, it was naturally best to start from the beginning. This sword art is called Gale Quick Sword. There is only one move in total. The name of the move is Gale Quick Sword. It is a low-level sword art of human level. Huailin said, sword arts are divided into human level, earth level, and heaven level. Each level is divided into low, middle, high, and top levels. Human level, earth level, heaven level, low level, middle level, high level, top level, and low level human level. However, Chumu did not dislike it. At least, he did not even have a single sword art. Huailin pulled out his sword and made a starting gesture. His expression was solemn, and his breath was condensed. His momentum suddenly changed, and gusts of wind blew around him, making a slight sound. Chumu stepped back a dozen meters, leaving an open space. He stared at Huailin, memorizing his movements and every change. In an instant, Huailin moved. His right arm swung, and the sword drew an arc in the air. Instantly, the sword in Huailin's hand moved faster and faster. Each strike was faster and fiercer than the last. In the blink of an eye, he had already slashed out a dozen times. The wind rule was integrated into the sword art, and it was like a roaring gale, tearing everything in front of it into pieces. After 15 consecutive slashes, Huailin's momentum paused. The roaring gale dissipated, and countless sword marks were left on the ground. Each of the marks was 3 inches deep, and all the stones in the range of the gale were crushed. Gale, quick sword. Chumu thought to himself after he finished reading. This power is much stronger than my sword technique, wind break. Its application of wind rules is much better than my sword technique, wind break. It's much more exquisite. Huailin sheathed his sword and began to explain to Chumu the essentials of violent wind-fast sword. The cultivation of a sword technique wasn't something that could be understood just by looking at it. At most, it could be understood through the movements. However, the most important and core of a sword technique was the essentials. Only by knowing the essentials and using the essentials as the foundation to comprehend and cultivate could one truly master a sword technique. Chumu once again displayed a shocking level of comprehension. Huailin had only said it once, and Chumu had already remembered it. Moreover, he had quickly absorbed and digested it, drawing inferences from one instance. This caused Huailin to be dumbstruck and suffer a huge blow. Finally, he couldn't take the blow and decided that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He turned around and went back into his cave. Originally, he had taught the violent wind-fast sword to Chumu in order to befriend Chumu. This was because, based on his decades of experience in reading people, Chumu wasn't someone a normal sword practitioner could compare to. However, the gale-fast sword was only a low-rank mortal realm sword art. It was a common sword art. Using it to make friends with a promising sort of Gojosian was still worth it. Chumu didn't care about Huailin's departure. Instead, he stood in the open space, pulled out his sword, and started to practice the gale-fast sword. Just as Huailin was teaching Chumu the gale-fast sword, an old man in a gray robe was standing outside a cave. His face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. He was looking at Chu Mu. The essence of the gale, fast sword was speed. Speed was the essence of the tempest-swift sword. It was the purpose of the sword technique, which was to pursue speed and fuse it with the laws of wind. If one pursued even faster and fused it with the laws of wind, the speed of the sword would be extremely fast. Once the speed was fused together, it would form the howling winds. After Wang Huailin's explanation, Chu Mu immediately understood. Apart from his outstanding comprehension ability, it was also because of his solid foundation in the sword arts. Sword arts were the foundation. No matter if it was a sword skill, a sword secret, or a sword art, they all started from the sword arts. Even the sword artists in the ancient god world would start with the sword arts first. They would only start with the sword arts after mastering the basic sword arts. With his outstanding comprehension ability and solid foundation, Chu Mu was able to learn the Gale fast sword right away. Chu Mu took a stance, condensed his aura, and changed his aura. A gust of wind blew past his body, causing Chu Mu's black hair and robe to flutter. With a low shout, his aura surged. The power of his right arm holding the sword burst out instantly. The sword was slashed out at the fastest speed. The rules of the wind were integrated into the sword, and a gust of wind whistled out. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, the swords connected, and the gust of wind whistled, forming a gale. However, when he reached the seventh sword, Chu Mu frowned. His hand movements stopped, and the gust of wind dispersed, blowing away the sand and stones. Chu Mu pondered. The essence of the violent wind fast sword was speed, but it wasn't a haphazard speed. Instead, it was a methodical speed. It could be said that in the violent wind fast sword technique, the first sword was the slowest. The second and third sword would follow one sword after another, and each sword's speed would gradually increase. Although it wasn't very obvious when he had just attacked, the first sword was the fastest. From the second to the seventh sword, Chu Mu felt that they had slowed down, although it was only a slight decrease. Chu Mu knew that he must have not comprehended something. Chapter 1073. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Sword light pierced through the air. Sword shadows linked together. The wind howled, colliding and fusing, forming a gust of wind that roared out. Everywhere it passed, sand and stones were sent flying. Sand and stones crumbled, turning into dust that filled the sky. The ground was cut open by sword scars. In a breath, after slashing out 13 times, Chu Mu felt that his strength was not as strong as he wished. He hurriedly withdrew his sword. He could still slash out 14 times, but he would feel exhausted. If it was in battle, it would be easy for his opponent to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Ever since he learned the Squall Quick Sword, Chu Mu changed to refining 5 low-grade Yuandan every day. Other than recovering, he would cultivate the Divine Desolate Sword Essence and the Flying Heaven Imperial Sword Technique. Then he would go outside the cave to practice his sword techniques. After practicing a few times, he would practice the Squall Quick Sword. As the first sword technique that he came into contact with, Chu Mu was very attentive. This sword technique was also the starting point for him to officially step onto the path of the sword. The essence of the Squall Quick Sword was speed, but this speed required skill and not aimless speed. Blindly pursuing speed would only result in one slash being slower than the previous one. There had to be skill, knowing how to borrow power, knowing the angle and trajectory of the sword, to be able to make the next slash faster than the previous one. Only then could the wind formed by each slash gather together, forming a roaring gale that could destroy everything. After continuously training for 10 days, Chu Mu finally grasped the essence and technique within, successfully mastering Violent Wind Fast Sword. However, he could only hack out 13 swords in a single breath of time, compared to Wang Huailin, who could hack out 15 swords in a single breath of time. There was still a clear difference. Although it was the lowest level sword technique, if he could continuously slash out many times in a breath, the power formed could not be underestimated. Thinking about it, Wang Huailin could slash out 15 times in a breath. The power was already stronger than the breaking wind sword technique. If he could slash out 20 times, wouldn't it be even more tyrannical? But with an additional slash, the difficulty increased by a lot. It was not that easy. Chu Mu also noticed that every time he practiced the Gale Quick Sword, there would always be a gray-robed old man watching him from afar. It was like this every day, but Chu Mu did not care. It was the other person's freedom to watch him or not. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu arrived at Evil Dragon Island. It had already been 1 month. After training bitterly, Chu Mu managed to cultivate the Gale Swift sword to the point where he could send out 15 sword strikes in one breath. He was no weaker than Wang Huailin. He felt that his grasp of the law of wind seemed to have reached a limit, a bottleneck. On this day, Chu Mu had finished recovering. When he went outside the cave to cultivate his basic sword techniques, a few figures used their movement techniques. Like a white steed flashing through a crack, they quickly approached Chu Mu. With a whoosh, one of the silhouettes appeared a few meters away from Chu Mu. He was wearing a greenish-gray robe and was staring at Chu Mu with malicious intent. When Chu Mu saw that it was a 4-star sword of Gojosian, he asked unhurriedly, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Newcomer, do you know the rules here?" The 4-star sword of Gojosian chuckled and asked back, "What rules? Tell me." Chu Mu was not surprised at all. "In this place, Big Brother Zhou Huapeng is the boss. Everyone must listen to Boss Zhou's orders. Every month, everyone must hand in origin pills to Boss." The 4-star sword of Gojosian sized up Chu Mu and chuckled again. "You are at the 3rd sky of Fortune Realm. Every month, you must hand in 60 low-grade origin pills. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible." "What consequences?" Chu Mu smiled with interest. "You're not allowed to kill people here. Otherwise, you will be captured by the galactic pirates and fed to the Black Demon Dragon. Although you are not allowed to kill people, you are allowed to injure or cripple people. If you are injured or crippled, you will not be able to condense origin pills for a period of time. When the time is up and you are unable to hand in enough origin pills..." The 4-star sword of Gojosian did not finish a sentence, but Chu Mu understood. When the time came and he was unable to hand in enough origin pills, he would naturally be captured by the evil Dragon Galactic Pirates and fed to the Black Demon Dragon. It had to be said that this Zhou Huapeng was indeed vicious. He killed people without spilling blood. "Sorry, I am a newcomer. I can't hand in so many origin pills." Chu Mu refused. The Samsung sword of Gojosian had 60 low-grade origin pills. Under normal circumstances, a Samsung sword of Gojosian could condense 90 low-grade origin pills every month. If he put his life on the line, he could condense 60 more. However, it would be very tiring. It was a kind of overdraft. It was fine for a short period of time, but in the long run, it would cause irreparable damage to his foundation. To put it simply, he would cut off his own path forward. Zhou Huapeng's approach made Chu Mu feel disgusted. 60 low-grade origin pills. Chu Mu could indeed take out 60 low-grade origin pills. Not to mention 60, even if it was 90 or 100. Chu Mu could still take out more. The problem was he was not that stupid. "It seems that you are planning to become the Black Demon Dragon's food." The smile on the 4-star sword of Gojosian's face froze and became ferocious. "That's not necessarily true." Chu Mu replied indifferently. Looking at the opponent's intention, it seemed that he was planning to attack. Just in time, he could test out the storm-fast sword in actual combat. A dazzling radiance blossomed and flashed past Chu Mu's eyes. In a moment of blindness, the 4-star Sword King had already unsheathed his sword. The sword transformed into a bolt of lightning that let out a terrifying, rumbling sound. Heavenly thunder rolled, and the lightning radiance was clear. It streaked across the vast sky, and the air emitted a scorching smell. The moment the opponent drew his sword, Chu Mu reacted. Although his vision was affected, it did not affect Chu Mu's judgment. The sword that was already out of its scabbard slashed out, bringing with it a whistling wind. The opponent's sword was like a thunderbolt, swift and fierce. Chu Mu's sword was even faster. Moreover, one sword after another formed a roaring gale. This power startled the opponent, and his face changed. In one breath, Chu Mu had slashed out 16 times. Under the 16 sword strikes, the gale roared, and the sand and stones flew, covering the sky and the sun. The thunderbolt sword was immediately blocked, unable to resist Chu Mu's 16 sword strikes, and was directly defeated. The opponent's whole body was swept up by the gale, and his protective sword aura was shattered. His long robe was torn, and his hair was disheveled. There were many wounds on his body, and he was in a sorry state. The opponent's appearance startled Chu Mu. The Stormfast sword's actual combat ability was quite strong. It was much stronger than the wind-breaking sword skill. How can you be so strong? The embarrassed 4-star sword of Gojosian exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. He recognized the sword art that Chu Mu had used. He was a 4-star sword of Gojosian, while Chu Mu was a Samsung sword of Gojosian. He was using a mid-tier Mortal Realm sword art, while Chu Mu was using a low-tier Mortal Realm sword art. Logically, it should be Chu Mu who was defeated by him, but the reality was the opposite. What he did not know was that the power of Chu Mu's sword was comparable to a normal 5-star sword of Gojosian. His Stormfast sword had been trained to the level of 16 sword strikes in one breath. His physical strength was very strong, and he had an obvious advantage. How could he not defeat him? Just you wait. Leaving behind a threat, the 4-star sword of Gojosian turned around and left in a hurry. Chu Mu did not pay any attention to him. Just now, when he used the Stormfast sword in actual combat, he had a new understanding. Pure training was always limited. Only through real combat could he improve better. Grasping that new understanding, Chu Mu once again used his sword to practice the Stormfast sword. Everything that had just happened was seen by the gray-robed elder in the distance. His lifeless eyes flashed with a hint of light, but then they dimmed down again. Excellent understanding, and able to fight above his level. Not bad, but still not enough. If only I could. While speaking in a voice that only he could hear, he turned around and was about to go back to his own cave. But then he thought of something and turned around again, looking at Chu Mu. Stormfast sword, the wind was roaring. You said that a Samsung sword of Gojosian, using the low-tier Mortal Realm Stormfast sword, defeated you with only one move? In a cave, a middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat. His eyes were like cold lightning, and his aura was so cold that it made people tremble. Yes, Boss Show, I am not lying. The one who spoke carefully was the 4-star sword of Gojosian that was defeated by Chu Mu. In addition, there were a few swordsmen next to him. Interesting. Zhou Huapeng laughed. Big brother, I will go and fight him. One of the sword of Gojosian next to him said. His expression was cold and serious, giving people a feeling that he was like a rock. Okay, with your 5-star sword of Gojosian strength, it should not be difficult to take him down. Zhou Huapeng said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 16 swords were slashed out in one breath. The wind was roaring, and the power was even stronger. This real combat had brought Chu Mu a huge breakthrough. His Stormfast sword went from 15 swords in one breath to 16 swords in one breath. With each additional sword, the power was even stronger. With a bang, the figure landed on the ground. It was as if a huge rock had hit the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Samsung sword of Gojosian, I will give you one more chance. Hand over 60 low-grade elemental pills. Or don't blame me for being impolite. The rock-like 5-star sword of Gojosian shouted at Chu Mu. His aura was oppressive and heavy. 5-star sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. The Stormfast sword had just broken through, and now there was an even stronger opponent. His battle intent was high. The battle intent rising from Chumu's body made the 5-star sword of Gojosian startled. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile. The broadsword was unsheathed, bringing out a strange sound. The broadsword was grayish-white, as if it was polished from stone. A heavy aura spread out. In Chumu's eyes, the opponent's sword seemed to have turned into a rolling stone, rushing towards him. The rumbling sound was endless. It was as if a huge stone ball had appeared in the tunnel, rolling at high speed. As the 5-star sword of Gojosian continued to attack, the rolling stone ball seemed to be getting bigger and heavier. The terrifying aura made Chumu feel that if he was hit, his bones would be broken. Taking a deep breath, cold lightning flashed in his eyes. His aura condensed and his aura erupted. A gust of wind blew past as he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, 16 swords slashed out at the same time, transforming into a roaring gust of wind. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, and all of them bombarded the rolling boulder, creating cracking sounds. The sword art used by the 5-star sword of Gojosian was obviously of a higher level than the storm-fast sword. The incomparably strong power was steady and heavy, crushing towards Chumu. Chumu's expression became serious. His sword slightly paused, and the gale shattered. Chumu attacked again. 16 swords in one breath, and the roaring gale appeared again. Chapter 1074. Amidst the rumbling sounds, something seemed to have been broken. Sword chi raged in all directions, creating a huge hole in the ground. The surrounding area was filled with countless sword marks that were 3 inches deep, crisscrossing each other. Only after performing the hurricane-fast sword 3 times in a row, with 16 sword strikes each time, did he manage to block the rolling stones. The hurricane-fast sword was all about speed, which had a certain requirement on the physique. If it weren't for Chumu's strong physique, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand 3 consecutive attacks. The 5-star sword of Gojosian obviously didn't expect this result. A shocked expression flashed across his face, but it soon turned cold. He once again struck out with his sword, again slashing out. This time, it wasn't just a rolling stone. Every sword strike seemed to have turned into a rolling stone, and there were as many as there were. The ground seemed to be shaking. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Chumu saw more than 10 round stones that were at least as tall as a person rolling towards him. Every one of them was a few times faster than the speed of sound. The momentum was terrifying, and it made Chumu's face change. Chumu wouldn't stand there stupidly and fight head-on with his opponent. He shifted his feet, and his body flashed. However, the 5-star sword of Gojosian's sword also followed the direction of the statue. The rolling stones were also aimed at Chumu. Because of the rolling of the round stones, faint marks were plowed on the ground. Chumu squinted his eyes, and a sharp light flashed as he captured the trajectory of each rolling stone. He took a step forward, and his body shuttled between the rolling stones. He quickly closed in on the 5-star sword of Gojosian. Suddenly, he struck out with his sword. Hurricane, fast sword! The 5-star sword of Gojosian immediately withdrew his sword and waved it, forming an impenetrable stone wall in front of him. Obtaining the opportunity to attack, Chumu instantly went berserk. He performed the hurricane-fast sword for the second time, and 16 sword strikes turned into a hurricane again. Although they were blocked again, it didn't give his opponent any chance to counterattack. The third time, resisting the trembling of his muscles, Chumu burst out for the 4th time. This time, it was 17 sword strikes. 16 sword strikes was the limit under normal circumstances. 17 sword strikes was the eruption. With one more sword strike, the power would increase by a bit. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It broke the defense of the 5-star sword of Gojosian. In a spurt of energy, he threw out the sword strike to the chest of the 5-star sword of Gojosian, the earth-shaking power. With a bang, the tyrannical quaking energy directly caused the long robe on the body of the 5-star sword king to explode and shatter, revealing the inner armor. Although the majority of the power was neutralized, there was still a small portion of the power that passed through the inner armor to vibrate and bombarded his chest. His sternum seemed to have been broken, and the shock injured his internal organs. His steady figure flew out and vomited blood. His internal organs were injured, his chest was in pain, and his battle power was weakened. If he continued to fight, he would only be in a more difficult situation. The 5-star Sword of Gojosian stood up, glanced at Chu-Mu, and quickly left. Chu-Mu also let out a sigh of relief. His opponent's sword art was much more advanced and powerful than the hurricane-fast sword. He didn't have any advantage in sword arts. Luckily, his fighting talent was better than his opponent's, and his body was also stronger than his opponent's. Even so, he had to use all of his strength to defeat his opponent. Sword art was the sublimation of sword arts. It was the work of Deshang, the master of sword arts and sword arts. Since he had practiced sword arts, Chu-Mu didn't want to fight with sword arts anymore, because in terms of practicality and flexibility, the sword arts he had mastered were not as useful as the hurricane-fast sword. Unfortunately, the hurricane-fast sword was only a low-rank mortal realm. No matter how much he practiced, it was still limited. If only he could get a more advanced sword art. Chu-Mu gave up on this idea, because he knew it would be very difficult. This person shouldn't be Zhou Huapeng, but his strength is so strong. If Zhou Huapeng fought personally, just as Chu-Mu was feeling a sliver of worry, the gray-robed elder walked over with large strides. Each step was 10 meters. Not long after, he arrived in front of Chu-Mu. 2-star Sword of Gojosian. Chu-Mu's eyes flashed with surprise. The elder's aura was only at the second sky of Fate realm, but the way he walked over was extraordinary and gave Chu-Mu a mysterious feeling. The sword art used by the 4-star Sword of Gojosian you defeated is called the Thunder Sword Art, which is a middle-rank mortal realm sword art. The 5-star Sword of Gojosian you just defeated is called the Rolling Stone Sword Art, which is a high-rank mortal realm sword art. The gray-robed elder's lifeless eyes fell on Chu-Mu's face as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Both of them are just Zhou Huapeng's henchmen. Zhou Huapeng is a 5-star peak Sword of Gojosian. Currently, besides the Evil Dragon Pirates, he has the highest cultivation on Evil Dragon Island. He cultivates a top-rank mortal realm sword art, the Burning Mountain Sword Art. Although you are talented and powerful, you may not be able to defeat Zhou Huapeng. In Senior's opinion, how should I deal with him? Chu-Mu asked. The elder's cultivation seemed to be lower than Chu-Mu's, but he gave Chu-Mu a mysterious feeling. Chu-Mu didn't hesitate to call him Senior. Here you go. The elder casually waved his hand and threw out an object towards Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu pulled his sword, and the object landed steadily on the sword. It was a book. Cultivate well. Once you master it, you should have the strength to deal with Zhou Huapeng. The elder turned around and walked away again. He moved 30 feet with each step, and his voice drifted over. How should I address you, Senior? Chu-Mu asked hurriedly. Come find me when you can defeat Zhou Huapeng. The elder said. His figure had already disappeared into his own cave. So mysterious. Chu-Mu murmured. His sword shook, and the book fell into his hand. There were 6 words on the book, which were obviously written on it. The handwriting was neat, and the color was black. It seemed to be written with some kind of ink. Shocking wave sword art. The elder said that once he mastered the sword art, he would have the strength to deal with Zhou Huapeng. If that was the case, wouldn't this sword art be a high-level sword art? With a trace of doubt, Chu-Mu took the book and walked into his own cave. The ground outside was broken, which was caused by the battle. And during the battle, there were a lot of Sword of Gojosian watching from afar. They were all shocked to see Chu-Mu defeating one of the 2 generals under Zhou Huapeng's command. However, no one came to greet Chu-Mu. The reason was simple. There was Zhou Huapeng, who was even more powerful and difficult to deal with. Even you were defeated? Zhou Huaping's expression changed. This five-star sword of Gojosian was one of the two generals under his command. He usually left everything to them, but even he was defeated. Big brother, I'm sorry. The five-star sword of Gojosian said in shame. The Samsung sword of Gojosian defeated you with the Gale sword of Gojosian. Even if he barely defeated you, it shows that this person's talent is very shocking. Moreover, the martial art he practices is definitely not ordinary. Zhou Huaping's eyes flashed with a hidden light. As he spoke, Zhou Huaping tapped his finger on the back of the stone chair, thinking about something. After a while, he said, "Let's ignore this person for now. Have the other people's Yuan Dan been collected?" Most people's Yuan Dan have been collected, but there are a few people who are unwilling to hand it over. Immediately, a four-star sword of Gojosian said, "Who are they? Tell me." Zhou Huaping said unhurriedly, but his eyes were shining with a dangerous light. "Yes," the four-star sword of Gojosian immediately said. "Who did not hand over their Yuan Dan?" "Old Sure, I'll leave this matter to you. There can't be any more mistakes." Zhou Huaping said. "Yes," the five-star sword of Gojosian, who was defeated by Chu Mu, said seriously. "You, go and pass my order to that Samsung sword of Gojosian." Immediately, Zhou Huaping said to a four-star sword of Gojosian, "Tell him that he can give up his Yuan Dan, but he must hand over his martial art." "Yes." The four-star sword of Gojosian immediately nodded. Zhou Huaping was the leader of the captive sword of Gojosian. So the Stormy Wave sword art is a top-rank mortal-level sword art. In the cave, Chu Mu exclaimed after reading the book, the Stormy Fast sword art was only a low-rank mortal-level sword art. The sword arts used by his previous two opponents were mid-rank mortal-level and high-rank mortal-level, respectively. Chu Mu could clearly feel the difference between the two sword arts. The Stormy Fast sword art was related to the rule of wind, while the Thunder sword art was related to the rule of thunder. However, the five-star sword of Gojosian's Rolling Stone sword art was not related to a single rule, but two. After careful analysis, Chu Mu felt that the Rolling Stone sword art contained the rule of earth and the rule of strength. He was able to defeat the five-star sword of Gojosian because his body was many times stronger than his, plus his extraordinary fighting talent and decisiveness. It was also a bit of luck. The Stormy Wave sword art was a top-rank mortal-level sword art, one rank higher than the Rolling Stone sword art. It was also a sword art that involved two different rules. Chu Mu was very lucky because he had both of these rules, the rule of wind and the rule of water. Based on this, Chu Mu speculated that the low-rank mortal-level and mid-rank mortal-level sword art were related to one rule, while the high-rank mortal-level and top-rank mortal-level sword art were related to two rules. Now that he thought about it, he was wrong to speculate that the seventh sword art of Fu Chaochen's Meteor 7 Deadly Swords contained 7 rules. Otherwise, it would be a very advanced sword art. 7 rules combined into one sword art. How terrifying would that be? Just thinking about it made him tremble. Zhou Huaping is practicing a top-rank mortal-level sword art, so it should also involve 2 rules. It is very powerful, and his cultivation is at the peak of the 5th sky of Fate Realm. In terms of the power of the sword origin, I don't have any advantage. Chu Mu thought for a while and compared it with the limited information he had. He felt that if he did not practice the Stormy Wave sword art, he might not be Zhou Huaping's opponent. However, that old man was very mysterious, and Chu Mu could not see through him, so it was normal for him to have some concerns. In the end, Chu Mu made the decision to practice the Stormy Wave sword art. The Storm Fast sword was indeed good, but after all, it was a low-rank mortal-level sword art. No matter how hard he practiced, its power would always be limited. Unless he could practice to 100 sword strikes in one breath, it would be an extravagant hope. Moreover, he had carefully studied this sword art, and there were no flaws. Since that was the case, then he would practice it. With a resolute sword heart, Chu began to comprehend. In order to practice a sword art, one had to first understand the essence of the sword art. Only by understanding the essence, comprehending the essence, and grasping it would one be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 1075. There were more than 2,000 sort of Gojosian who were held captive here. It was said that the longest time they had been here was 5 years. Therefore, it was unknown whether they could leave alive after 10 years. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, no one would give up. Therefore, everyone worked hard every day to condense their inner core and worked hard to find time to cultivate. However, the recovery time after condensing the inner core was not short. A day had almost passed. The time to cultivate was very little, and the improvement was very slow. One of the 4-star sort of Gojosian under Zhou Huapeng relayed Zhou Huapeng's words to Chu. He was directly kicked out of the cave by Chu and left in a sorry state. For the next 5 days, Zhou Huapeng's men did not appear again. No matter what the reason was, it was a good thing for Chu, because in this period of time he had already comprehended the essence of the stormy wave's swordsmanship and started to cultivate it. Outside Chu's cave, the sun was setting in the west. A person was practicing his sword. The power of the stormy wave's swordsmanship was many times stronger than the gale-fast sword. Therefore, when cultivating, in order to avoid causing too much damage to the surroundings and causing too much commotion, Chu did not integrate the rules of wind and water. He only displayed the moves of this swordsmanship. After grasping the essence and familiarizing himself with the moves, he would be able to integrate the power of the rules. Naturally, he would be able to fully unleash the true power of the swordsmanship. Even if he did not integrate the 2 rules, once the swordsmanship was displayed, its power was awe-inspiring. It was like a surging wave. One could vaguely hear the sound of the tide. The first move, stormy waves. The wind blew across the sea, adding fuel to the fire. Waves rose and washed over. The wind blew. The waves surged, the tides rose and fell. The sound of the waves mixed with the sound of the wind. The whistling sound was endless. The stormy waves' swordsmanship had a total of 3 moves. The first move was stormy waves. The second move was stormy waves. The third move was stormy waves. To put it simply, the stormy wave sword art was a sword art with progressively increasing moves. The third move was stronger than the second move, and the second move was stronger than the first move. After Chu comprehended the essence of this sword art, he knew that if he wanted to practice this sword art, it was best to start from the first move. Of course, it was also possible to skip the first move and practice the second move or the third move directly, but it would take more time. Starting from shallow to deep, layer by layer, was often the safest way to practice. Chu's goal was to completely master the swordsmanship, so he naturally had to start from the first move. The sword light flashed, the wind blew, and waves appeared. Chu performed the great wind waves sword move over and over again, deepening his understanding of it. The gray-robed old man in the distance was still looking at Chu, his face expressionless and his eyes unfocused. No one knew what he was thinking. What Chu repeatedly practiced was the first move of the stormy waves sword art, great gale waves. Just this move alone was many times stronger than the 16 moves of the gale-fast sword. If Chu had used this move against the 5-star sword of Gojosian, who used the Rolling Stone sword art, it would not have been so difficult for him to win. Every day he condensed a low-rank inner core and practiced the stormy wave sword art. A top-rank mortal realm sword art was many times more profound than a low-rank mortal realm sword art. Whether it was comprehending or practicing, it was far more difficult than a low-rank mortal realm sword art. For some reason, Zhou Huapeng's people did not come to Chu again, as if they had forgotten about this matter. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. At this time, Chu had already mastered the first move of the stormy waves sword art. He was very familiar with it and only needed to use it in a real battle. He had also begun to practice the second move, Stormy Waves, and was gradually getting familiar with it. Today, Chu Mu had finished practicing the sword art again. When he was about to turn around and return to the cave, he glanced at the nearby cave and was slightly startled. It seems that I have not seen Brother Wang for a while. Usually, Wang Huailin would also come to the cave to practice his sword art, and Chu Mu was also immersed in the sword art and did not care about anything else. Now that he suddenly thought about it, it seemed that he had not seen Wang Huailin for a few days. Thinking carefully, he seemed to have heard something 2 days ago, but at that time he was comprehending the Stormy Waves sword art and did not pay attention. His heart skipped a beat. Did something happen? Thinking of this, Chu Mu's figure flashed and entered Wang Huailin's cave. There are no restrictions in this cave, so it was unobstructed. But usually, people would not casually walk into other people's caves, so as not to arouse hostility. The cave was not deep. Chu Mu immediately saw Wang Huailin in the cave. His face was pale and his breath was weak. He looked like he was injured. Brother Chu, why are you here?" Wang Huailin was surprised to see Chu Mu, so he asked. His voice was weak, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. His own savings had been taken away by the evil dragon pirates, so he did not have any pills to treat his injuries. Once he was injured, he had to slowly recover on his own. It took a long time, which greatly delayed the progress of condensing an elemental core. "Brother Wang, why are you injured?" Chu Mu frowned. He had some guesses, and there was a burst of anger in his heart. Wang Huailin sighed, and with a gloomy expression, he told Chu Mu what had happened. Sure enough, it was Zhou Huaping's men who had injured Wang Huailin for the low-grade elemental cores. Wang Huailin was a 4-star sword of Gojosian, so he could condense 5 elemental cores a day, which was just enough for a year. But Zhou Huaping demanded that he had to hand in 100 low-grade elemental cores every month. If he agreed, Wang Huailin would have to fight for his life. Wang Huailin naturally did not agree, so he was injured by a 5-star sword of Gojosian sent by Zhou Huaping. The 5-star sword of Gojosian took away his interspatial ring, erased the imprint, and took away the low-grade elemental cores that Wang Huailin had painstakingly condensed. Then he threw the interspatial ring back to Wang Huailin. Wang Huailin was injured internally, and the imprint on his interspatial ring was erased, resulting in damage to his soul. It could be said that it was one disaster after another. Without the help of pills, it would not be easy to recover just by cultivating. His rage exploded, and his terrifying aura turned into a blazing flame. "Brother Wang, take care of yourself," Chu Mu said, turned around and strode out of Shandong. Brother Chu! Wang Huailin reacted and guessed what Chu Mu was going to do. His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stood up to stop Chu Mu. However, he was not as strong as Chu Mu even when he was in his best condition, let alone when he was injured mentally and physically. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he could only see Chu Mu's back. Wang Huailin was in a dilemma. Should he go or not? If he did not go, he would feel guilty. If he went, he would be a burden. As the tyrant of the captives, the cave where Zhou Huaping lived was naturally the largest and most spacious. Of course, the evil dragon space pirates would not dig a cave for him. Everything was done by Zhou Huaping's lackeys. Zhou Huaping had 2 5-star sword of Gojosian and 6 4-star sword of Gojosian under his command. Together with his own peak strength of a 5-star sword of Gojosian, he was indeed the most powerful force among the more than 2,000 captives. At least, among the more than 2,000 sword of Gojosian, none of the sword of Gojosian could compete with Zhou Huaping. Even the 2 5-star sword of Gojosian under his command could not resist him. Zhou Huaping and the others had never thought that someone would take the initiative to provoke them. That person was courting death. At this time, Chu Mu had already arrived outside of Zhou Huaping's cave. He was blocked by the 2 4-star sword of Gojosian under Zhou Huaping's command. One of them was the one who used the thunder sword technique, but was defeated by Chu Mu. "What are you doing here?" This 4-star sword of Gojosian was very wary of Chu Mu. His face was full of vigilance. "Tell Zhou Huapsang to get out here," Chu Mu said coldly. The anger in his heart was boiling like a volcano. Chu Mu's words also angered the 2 4-star sword of Gojosian. Without saying anything, they pulled out their swords and directly used their most powerful sword techniques to attack Chu Mu. The saint's sword was unsheathed. The wind-fast sword showed off its power. In one breath, 17 swords turned into a roaring wind and rushed forward. It shattered the sword techniques of the 2 4-star sword of Gojosian and bombarded their bodies. Under the bombardment of the wind-like sword light, the 2 4-star sword of Gojosian were blown away. They coughed out blood and fell dozens of meters away, unable to get up for a while. With just this move, a low-tier mortal class sword of Gojosian defeated the 2 4-star sword of Gojosian. While practicing the stormy waves sword technique, Chu Mu's wind-fast sword was also somewhat affected. It improved a little and reached the level of 17 swords in one breath. His left hand bent and grabbed the air. A saint's sword fell into his hand and he held it upside down. Without looking at the 2 4-star sword of Gojosian, who were injured dozens of meters away, Chu Mu clenched the saint's sword in his hand and strode into the spacious cave with a heart full of anger. In the beginning, Wang Huailin and Chu Mu didn't have much of a friendship, but as time went by, they became friends. He even explained a lot of knowledge about the ancient god realm to Chu Mu and taught Chu Mu the wind-fast sword. Although it was only a low-tier mortal class sword technique, it allowed Chu Mu to truly step into the door of sword techniques and take an important step in the path of the sword. Strictly speaking, Wang Huailin had done Chu Mu a favor. Moreover, Wang Huailin was an honest person worth befriending. Chu Mu also regarded him as a friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Wang Huailin Brother Wang. It was a respectful title. Under such circumstances, Wang Huailin was seriously injured. How could Chu Mu not be angry? Angry, he wanted to draw his sword. Angry for a friend. Draw his sword for a friend. A terrifying aura, like an invisible flame, burned on Chu Mu's body. His eyes were blazing like a cold sword light piercing through the void. At this time, Zhou Huaping's people were all inside the cave. The moment Chu Mu entered, he was discovered. The other 4 4-star sword of Gojosian surrounded him. Without saying a word, they directly drew their swords. Sword light pierced through the air. 4 swords for sword techniques, for sword light, coming from 4 different directions. Chu Mu wasn't afraid at all. Waving the holy sword in his hand, he executed the Tempest Quick sword once again. 2 consecutive moves roared as he attacked the 4 4-star sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu's sword origin and physique were much stronger than his opponent's. Moreover, he had the inextinguishable sword intent. The strength of his sword intent was also higher than his opponent's. With 2 sword moves, the 4 4-star sword of Gojosian were all sent flying. They vomited blood and crashed into the cave wall. Their faces were pale and filled with shock. Zhou Huapeng, who was sitting at the head of the table, and the 2 5-star sword of Gojosian beside him were shocked. A Samsung sword of Gojosian defeated 4 4-star sword of Gojosian in just 2 moves. Moreover, 4 4-star sword of Gojosian had joined hands. This scene was too shocking. For a moment, Zhou Huaping's eyes lit up. Chapter 1076. Zhou Huapeng clapped his hands and stood up from the stone chair with a smile on his face. He walked towards Chu Mu step by step. The 2 5-star sword of Gojosian followed closely behind. Their eyes were fixed on Chu Mu. Their right hand held the hilt of their sword, ready to draw it at any time. "You are a genius. I admire geniuses." Zhou Huapeng spoke again. With his hands behind his back, he had an unfathomable appearance. He believed that, with his strength, he could definitely defeat Chu Mu. Therefore, he didn't place Chu Mu at the same height. Unfortunately, I don't admire you. Chu Mu said coldly. You are a genius. I don't have the heart to destroy you. Therefore, if you join me with your strength, you can become the #1 warrior under my command. Together, we will be able to obtain low-grade elemental cores and cultivate better. Zhou Huapeng did not seem to hear Chu Mu's words and continued talking. The 2 5-star Sword of Gojosian beside him had an ugly expression. Of course, you have to make some contributions. For example, take out your cultivation technique and let me take a look. Zhou Huapeng did not hide his purpose at all. Unfortunately, I only want to cripple you. Chu Mu replied indifferently. His body was burning with anger. Since it's like this, I can only beat you into submission first, and then I'll talk to you in detail. Zhou Huapeng sneered and waved his hands, indicating for the 2 5-star Sword Kings on his left and right to retreat. His cave was big enough for a big battle. With a rumbling sound, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Zhou Huapeng's body. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for 100 years. In a breath, all the lava spewed out. It was earth-shattering. The air became scorching hot. The 2 5-star Sword King's expressions slightly changed, and their retreating footsteps sped up. Chu Mu's expression was heavy and cold. He tightly gripped the sacred sword in his hand and assumed the stormy wave sword technique's starting stance. With a low shout, Zhou Huapeng unsheathed his holy sword, and a terrifying blazing aura swept over. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to see a sky full of raging flames that wanted to burn everything to ashes. This sword was extremely powerful. Even if it was a mountain, it would be burned to ashes by the terrifying flames of the blazing fire mountain sword technique. Chu Mu's expression turned grave. Zhou Huapeng, who was at the pinnacle of the 5-star Sword of Gojosian, did indeed possess terrifying strength. If it wasn't for Chu Mu's stormy wave sword art, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack. His first move was the great wind waves. Strong gales blew and waves surged. With a loud boom, they instantly clashed with Zhou Huapeng's blazing fire mountain melting sword technique. Raging waves, sword art, wind rule and water rule, blazing fire rule, and earth rule. Sword moves clashed, sword intents clashed, rules clashed, and sword energy clashed. Terrifying shockwaves exploded and spread out in all directions. The entire cave shook and rumbled as if it was about to collapse. The 2 5-star Sword of Gojosian had already retreated far away. Their faces were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that a Samsung Sword of Gojosian could actually go against a veteran 5-star pinnacle Sword of Gojosian like Zhou Huapeng. With the first move, an intense battle had begun. Zhou Huapeng executed the second move of the blazing fire mountain sword technique, and the flames were even more ferocious. A faint force came from the ground, trying to shake Chu Mu. Chu Mu also executed the second move of the stormy waves sword technique, raging waves. The great wind waves were just waves, but they weren't fierce enough. The raging waves were formed when the waves kept crashing and the wind became stronger. It was more spectacular than the great wind waves, and its power was naturally several times stronger. The second move collided, and the cave shook violently again. With a rumbling sound, cracks appeared on the cave walls, and fist-sized rocks fell from the ceiling. The 2 5-star Sword of Gojosian and the other 4-star Sword of Gojosian didn't dare to stay and rushed out of the cave. Although they were Zhou Huapeng's subordinates, they weren't loyal subordinates. Instead, they were subordinates whose interests were involved. If the cave collapsed, they might be injured. Only a fool would continue to stay here. However, Chu Mu and Zhou Huapeng didn't care. The two of them were completely enraged. Sword after sword, move after move, they fought fiercely. Zhou Huapeng was shocked to find that he couldn't defeat this Samsung Sword of Gojosian. He couldn't help but be furious. On the other hand, Chu Mu came with the fury of avenging Wang Huailin. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. In his anger, Chu Mu's sword moves became even more ferocious. The battle took place inside the cave. The walls of the cave were destroyed, and countless rocks fell from the ceiling. It was like a storm of rocks. If the falling rocks were in the range of the two's battle, they would instantly turn into dust. Zhou Huapeng used the third move of the Blazing Mountain sword technique. This move was the last move of the Blazing Mountain sword technique, and also the most powerful move. Zhou Huapeng had been immersed in the Blazing Mountain sword technique for more than 10 years, and had long grasped its essence. When this move was used, the ground shook and countless flames spewed out from the ground. It was like a volcano had suddenly erupted. It was unbelievably powerful. Chu Mu's expression changed drastically. He had only just learned the Stormy Waves sword technique and had only practiced up to the second move. He didn't have any clue about the third move. In this moment of crisis, he didn't have time to think. He used the Raging Waves, followed by the Gale Swift Sword, and the wind stops the waves. He quickly retreated, holding the sacred sword in his left hand. He brandished both swords, shattering the chi force that was shooting at him. Zhou Huapeng had never imagined that Chu Mu would actually use two swords, and even break his sword move. Without thinking, he attacked again. It was the third move of the Blazing Mountain sword technique, and it exploded with its strongest power. The terrifying flames spewed out from the ground once again, wanting to turn Chu Mu into ashes. Chu Mu's expression was solemn, as cold as steel. He used both swords, and used the Gale Swift Sword at almost the same time. Two roaring gusts of wind blasted out, and then he used the Raging Waves. Chu Mu could now use the Gale Swift Sword with both swords, but he still couldn't use the Raging Waves with both swords. After all, the difference in difficulty was too great. This time, Chu Mu didn't retreat. As he attacked, he rushed forward, closing in on Zhou Huapeng. His eyes flashed, and the sword of divine will in his spiritual world trembled. Then, two swords of divine will shot out from his pupils. A mere Samsung sword of Gojoseon dares to use a divine will attack me. Zhou Huapeng sneered when he sensed Chu Mu's sword of divine will. He thought that Chu Mu was able to fight against a 5-star sword of Gojoseon largely because of his cultivation technique and his powerful sword origin. As for the power of divine will, no matter how powerful a mere Samsung sword of Gojoseon's divine will was, how could it compare to a 5-star pinnacle sword of Gojoseon? Even so, Zhou Huapeng didn't let down his guard. Chu Mu's sword of divine will shot into his spiritual world. Zhou Huapeng quickly mobilized his divine will to counterattack, wanting to defeat Chu Mu's sword of divine will in an instant. As soon as the divine wills collided, Zhou Huapeng's expression changed drastically. The power of Chu Mu's sword of divine will was beyond his imagination. Although he could barely divide his mind into two, once he was distracted, he would lose focus on the other side. Chu Mu seized the opportunity and waved both swords wildly. 17 Gale Swift Swords and 2 gusts of wind roared out. Then his left hand first used the Gale Waves, and the sacred sword in his right hand followed by the Raging Waves. Zhou Huapeng only had time to use half of the Blazing Mountain sword, Art's third move, before it was defeated. The terrifying sword move bombarded his body, causing the sacred sword to fly out of his hand. His entire body flew back and smashed heavily into the cave wall, creating a human-shaped hole. He was embedded in the wall, and the faint sound of bones cracking could be heard. All the energy waves dissipated. Chu Mu held the sword with both hands, and it was a little sore. He took a few deep breaths, and there was sweat on his forehead. Zhou Huapeng was indeed a very terrifying opponent. Without the Raging Wave sword technique, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Even with the Raging Wave sword technique, it took him a lot of effort to barely defeat him. And this was because Zhou Huapeng underestimated his sword of divine will and didn't cultivate any divine will secret techniques. Countless dust and dirt fell from the top of the cave. The cave seemed to be about to collapse. After a few breaths, his blood and qi gradually calmed down, and Chumu also recovered some strength. Zhou Huapeng struggled for a moment and fell from the cave wall. He crashed face first into the ground, and the fall made him dizzy. With a leap, Chumu appeared beside Zhou Huapeng. He didn't hesitate to take Zhou Huapeng's interspatial ring. Zhou Huapeng was heavily injured by Chumu's sword technique, and he couldn't resist at all. His figure flashed, and he appeared outside the cave. 6 injured 4-star Sword of Gojosian and 2 5-star Sword of Gojosian were waiting. They saw a figure appear, and 2 sword light lit up. The 2 5-star Sword of Gojosian were hit by the sword technique, and they were injured. The other 6 4-star Sword of Gojosian were also injured, and they were all vomiting blood. Following that, the interspatial rings on their fingers were snatched away. Their expressions changed drastically, and they struggled to get up, wanting to snatch them back. However, Chumu sent them flying with a punch. Chumu didn't say anything. Instead, he took the 9 interspatial rings and returned to his cave. Zhou Huapeng and the others wanted to snatch the fruits of others' labor. If they didn't give up, they would severely injure them before taking it by force. Chumu's current actions were returned to them. Big brother Chu, little brother Chu, you are finally back. Are you injured? Wang Huailin had been waiting outside Chumu's cave. When he saw Chumu, he quickly walked over and asked anxiously, I'm fine. Chumu said, Big brother Wang, you go back and recuperate first. I have some matters to attend to. We'll talk later. Okay. Wang Huailin watched Chumu enter the cave and then returned to his own cave. Chumu returned to his cave and sat down cross-legged. In the previous battle, he looked unscathed, but in fact he was injured. It was an internal injury. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury. With his own ability, even without the help of pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. Absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth into his body, he circulated his cultivation technique, and sword energy flowed through his meridians. The divine desolate sword art was not a cultivation technique suitable for healing, but it would more or less have some effect. Most importantly, Chumu had the wood form origin. Vigorous vitality was being emitted, nourishing his injuries, causing them to heal quickly. It wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Chapter 1077. Opening his palm, 9 space rings lay quietly on his palm. These were the space rings that Chumu had taken from Zhou Huapeng and his lackeys. Zhou Huapeng and his lackeys should have their savings in them. What Chumu wanted to do was to forcefully break the spiritual sense imprints on the space rings. Firstly, he wanted to take out the items inside. Secondly, he wanted to avenge Wang Huailin. Thirdly, he wanted to let Zhou Huapeng and his lackeys taste the pain of having their minds damaged. The first was Zhou Huapeng's space ring. Zhou Huapeng was a peak 5-star Sword of Gojosian. He was the strongest, and his spiritual sense was also the strongest. However, compared to Chumu, he was still lacking. His spiritual sense seeped into the space ring and began to fight against Zhou Huapeng's spiritual sense. Chumu used the Sword of Spiritual Sense secret technique to constantly weaken Zhou Huapeng's spiritual sense imprint. Firstly, Chumu's spiritual sense was stronger. Secondly, Chumu's spiritual sense could be replenished, but Zhou Huapeng couldn't. Not long after, Zhou Huapeng's spiritual sense was defeated. At the same time, Zhou Huapeng's spiritual sense changed drastically. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with hatred. Kid, you've gone too far. With a roar, Zhou Huapeng fell to the ground and fainted. He was already injured internally. Now that his spiritual sense was damaged, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The other lackeys who were injured were all shocked. Then the second lackey trembled and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. The other Sword of Gojosian also fainted one after another. Their space rings had all been imprinted by Chumu, and their minds were damaged. Chu Mu's face was full of smiles. This time, not only did he avenge Wang Huailin, but he also gained a lot. It was enough to make up for part of the wealth that the evil dragon space pirates had stolen from him. It had been nearly 4 years since Zhou Huapeng had been captured, and the others had been here for at least 2 years. Other than the Yuan Don that they had condensed themselves, they had also plundered quite a number of Yuan Don. Apart from using a portion for cultivation, they had also accumulated quite a lot over a long period of time. Although he didn't know why the evil dragon space pirates hadn't taken it away, since it had fallen into his hands, it was his. There were close to 400,000 low-grade Origin Dawn. If converted into liquefied elemental essence, that would be close to 400,000 caddies of low-grade elemental essence. Thinking of this number, Chu Mu felt a little dizzy. However, he calculated that if he refined all of these origin pills, his cultivation would at most break through to the 5th firmament of creation realm. Of course, although the refinement of origin cores was faster than origin crystals, it would still take some time to refine nearly 400,000 origin cores, and it also had to take into account the tolerance of the body's meridians. No matter what, Chu Mu had suddenly obtained a large amount of wealth. Apart from the nearly 400,000 low-grade elemental pills, there were also some other pills that were actually healing pills. This made Chu Mu have some guesses. Since there were healing pills, Chu Mu didn't hold back. He took out one and consumed it to heal his injuries. After his injuries were healed, he immediately left the cave and entered Wang Huailin's cave. He took out 1,000 low-grade elemental pills and healing pills and gave them to Wang Huailin. In this way, not only did Wang Huailin get back his stolen origin cores, but he also had a lot more. With the healing pills, his internal injuries would soon be healed. However, the mental injuries were more troublesome and could only be treated slowly. After chatting for a while, Chu Mu left Wang Huailin's cave and walked towards the gray-robed old man's cave. He still remembered what the mysterious gray-robed old man had said to him. Now that he had defeated Zhou Huapeng, it was time. Chu Mu strode towards the gray-robed old man's cave. When he walked out of the cave, the old man seemed to know that Chu Mu would come and sent out a voice. Chu Mu walked into the cave. "Your talent is beyond my expectations." The old man's cloudy eyes landed on Chu Mu's face. He nodded slightly and said, "Originally, even if you practiced the stormy wave sword art, you might not have been able to defeat Zhou Huapeng, but you did it." Chu Mu didn't say anything and waited for the old man to continue. "According to our agreement, I should tell you something." The old man pondered for a while and continued. "My surname is He. You can call me Old He. Also, Zhou Huapeng was defeated by you, and he will definitely not let it go. He has connections with some of the evil dragon pirates. Usually, he squeezes more elemental pills from the captives and gives most of them to the evil dragon pirates who are in charge of monitoring us." Chu Mu suddenly understood. He had calculated that with so many captives and Zhou Huapeng's evil deeds for 2 to 3 years, even if they use some of their elemental pills for cultivation, there shouldn't be only 400,000 low-grade elemental pills left. It turned out that they were all given to the evil dragon pirates. "Perhaps it won't be long before the evil dragon pirates come looking for you," said Old He. Chu Mu slightly creased his brows. Among the evil dragon pirates that he saw, the weakest one was a 5-star sword of Gojosian. The leader of the evil dragon pirates was a 9-star sword of Gojosian with a godly armor. He was not someone that he could compete with at the moment. Not to mention the leader of the evil dragon pirates. Even if a 6-star sword of Gojosian came, he would still be no match for him. This was the difference in cultivation. "I have been here for almost 5 years. I am very familiar with the entire island." Old He suddenly said. His cloudy eyes shined brightly. "The evil dragon pirate gang has 120 members in total. 2 of them are 9-star sword of Gojosian. They are the captain and the vice-captain. There are 4 8-star sword of Gojosian and 13 7-star sword of Gojosian. The rest of them are all middle level, sword of Gojosian. Every raid is led by a 9-star sword of Gojosian and 2 8-star sword of Gojosian. There is a 9-star sword of Gojosian, 2 8-star sword of Gojosian, and 6 or 7 7-star sword of Gojosian on the Evil Dragon Island. Most of them are training. They are quite far away from us. Even a 9-star sword of Gojosian will have to spend 15 minutes to get here. Usually a 7-star sword of Gojosian is in charge of supervising a squad led by 2 6-star sword of Gojosian and 5 5-star sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu could not help but be surprised that old he knew so much about the evil dragon pirate gang. It seemed that he was up to something. Right now, most of the evil dragon pirates are out raiding again. The ones who stay behind are training in seclusion. I believe that with your talent, you wouldn't want to be trapped here for 10 years, right? 10 years might just be a way for the evil dragon pirates to pacify their people. Old, he suddenly asked. Yes, if there's a chance, I'll naturally leave, Chu Mu bluntly admitted. Good. A look of appreciation flashed across old his face. He did not hesitate at all. The more he looked at Chu Mu, the more he liked him. Now, there is a chance to leave this place. Although the success rate is only 50%, I wonder if you dare to take the risk. Please tell me, old he. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. 50% was already very high. This time, only you can leave this place. Old he said something that surprised Chu Mu. Based on what old he had said earlier, he also wanted to leave. But now he said that he had to leave alone? I was an elder of the 5 elements sword sect on 5 direction planet in the night nether galaxy. I left the sect many years ago. Because of some reason, I was injured and had not recovered yet. That was why I was captured by the evil dragon pirates. Old he's tone was calm, as if he was not talking about himself. Right now, I am at the 2nd sky of Creation Realm. At a critical moment, I can unleash the 9-star sword of Gojosian's attack. However, I cannot maintain it for long. I will most likely die later. As Chu Mu listened, he did not completely believe old he's words. The evil dragon pirates have 2 starships. One is satellite class and the other is meteor class. The meteor class starship is a small one that can only hold a few people at most. Usually, it is guarded by 2 5-star sword of Gojosian. My plan is that I will unleash my strength and try my best to kill the evil dragon pirates and stall the 9-star sword of Gojosian. You will seize the starship, activate it, and leave this place for 5 direction planet. Old he said in the end. Old he, I don't know how to pilot a starship. Chu Mu pointed out an important point, startling old he. However, one of the people who were captured with me is the captain of the starship. Chu Mu thought of Wang Huailin. 1 more person means 1 more degree of danger and 1 less chance of escaping. Old he furrowed his brows and pondered. After a while he opened his mouth and said, Fine, you can test that person first. Remember, don't casually reveal anything. Otherwise, this old man won't let you off easily, even if I have to risk my life. Don't worry, old he. I know what to do. Chu Mu was shocked. This he who looked like a 2-star sort of Gojosian raised his eyebrows, gave him a creepy feeling. I will explain it to you clearly. Old, he spoke again. Originally, I planned to leave by myself. However, my injuries are too severe. Once I unleash my strength, I won't be able to live for long. Therefore, I chose you. Among the over 2,000 captives, only you are qualified. I don't have much time to wait. I will give you a chance to leave. Bring something to the 5 direction planet and hand it to the sect master. Then you won't owe me anything. When the time is right, I will pass it to you before we take action. Old he said, Go and find the person who can pilot the starship first. Then come and find me. Chu Mu nodded and turned to leave. He needed some time to think and analyze before he made a decision. As he walked back, he thought about it and considered whether it was credible. Then he walked to Wang Huailin's cave and talked with him. He didn't say it directly and just wanted to test him. Wang Huailin naturally wanted to leave this place and didn't suspect anything. On the second day, Chu Mu went to find old He and discussed it again. After a night of thinking, Chu Mu analyzed many times and was 80% convinced. In my opinion, the supervisors of the evil dragon pirates will come to trouble you in a few days. I also need some time to prepare. Old He said, don't worry. I won't let you fall into danger. I will also give you the thing in advance. However, you have to be prepared. The danger is different between going alone and going with someone. If we fail, all our previous efforts will be in vain. We will also become the black demon, Jiao's food. I know. Chu Mu nodded. This was not a small matter. It was a matter of life and death. A slight mistake could really make all their previous efforts go to waste. Chapter 1078. For 3 days in a row, other than congealing the Yuandan, Chu Mu cultivated his sword technique. Occasionally, he would walk into old He's cave to discuss. This method didn't arouse any suspicion. After all, after being captured here, making friends was a very normal thing. Wang Huailin was also called to old He's cave by Chu Mu. The three of them discussed in detail, including the timing, the route, and so on. Everything was considered to avoid any accidents as much as possible. Everything had been arranged, and they were just waiting for the right time. 3 days later, Chu Mu was cultivating the stormy wave sword art outside his cave. After the intense battle with Zhou Huapeng, Chu Mu had a deeper understanding of the stormy wave sword art. After returning, he had cultivated it many times. Now he had mastered the second move of the stormy wave sword art and was beginning to touch on the third move, stormy waves. At this moment, Zhou Huapeng and 2 men in dark red walked over. Looking at Zhou Huapeng's position, it was obvious that his position was not as high as the other 2. Before the person arrived, a fiendish aura swept over like a storm, causing Chu Mu's entire body to quiver and his expression to become stern. The aura that these 2 men emitted was much stronger than Zhou Huapeng's. With a thought, Chu Mu knew the identity of these 2 men. Evil dragon pirates. They were at least 6-star, sort of Gojosian. A mere Samsung sword of Gojosian can actually defeat a 5-star pinnacle sword of Gojosian. You are indeed a genius. That's right. As long as you submit to us, evil dragon, and do your best for us, we will not mistreat you. The 2 of them spoke one after another. Zhou Huapeng's expression abruptly changed. The reason he invited these 2 evil dragon pirates was to deal with Chu Mu, but these 2 wanted to rope in Chu Mu. Once they succeeded, he, Zhou Huapeng, would be useless to them. His future days would definitely not be easy. However, how could Chu Mu submit to others? At this time, Wang Huailin walked out of the cave. Elder, he also walked over in large strides. However, their strength was not high, so it did not arouse any suspicion. Do it! Old He's voice suddenly traveled into Chu Mu's ears. There's a kind of decisiveness in his voice. Chu Mu didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up and slashed out mercilessly with the sword in his hand. His target was Zhou Huapeng. Chu Mu was not confident that he could deal with the 2 6-star sword of Gojosian and the evil dragon pirates. However, Zhou Huapeng was not a good person. Naturally, Chu Mu had to kill him. At the same time Chu Mu violently swung his sword to kill, Elder He's figure flashed and neared the 2 evil dragon pirates like a ghost. The instantaneous burst of speed was unimaginably fast. Before the 2 evil dragon pirates could react, a cold sword light flashed in front of them. Zhou Huapeng was injured by Chu Mu before, and because the mark on his interspatial ring was forcibly removed, his mind was injured. His strength was less than half of his usual. In comparison, Chu Mu's attack power had increased, and it suddenly exploded. Zhou Huapeng's expression greatly changed, and he only had time to dodge and counterattack with his sword. His sword missed, and he only saw an enormous wave appear in front of him, surging over with an earth-shattering momentum. Chu Mu killed Zhou Huapeng, while Elder He killed the 2 6-star Sword King level evil dragon pirates. Immediately after, a terrifying aura erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. This was a powerful aura that was slightly different from a 9-star sword king, but not inferior in the slightest. In the boom, Elder, he seemed to have turned into a meteorite and rushed forward. "Let's go!" Chumu yelled. He didn't even have time to grab the 2 interspatial rings of the 2 evil dragon space pirates. He immediately took Wang Huailin and followed Elder. He had a fast speed. Wang Huailin's internal injuries were healed, but his mind was not. However, with his 4-star sword of Gojoseon, his speed was not slow either. He followed closely behind Chumu. Boom! 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 Elder, he made his move. It was as if he was holding a heavenly sword that could destroy the world. The entire evil Dragon Island was shaking. The captive sword of Gojoseon were dumbfounded. They only reacted after a while and started to riot. This kind of chaos was within the expectations of Chumu and the others, although many people would die. "Old bastard, you are courting death." A ferocious roar was heard. Then a horrifying aura burst into the sky. The aura of the 9-star sword of Gojoseon was shocking. There was an earth-shattering collision. Elder, he was already in a fierce battle with the 9-star sword of Gojoseon, who was guarding the evil Dragon Island. This was Chumu and Wang Huailin's chance. That small meteor-class starship was right in the base of the evil dragon space pirates. Chumu and Wang Huailin had to take advantage of the battle and the chaos to sneak in and reach the starship. As long as they could enter the starship and activate it, they would be able to leave this place quickly. Many of the captives sword of Gojoseon wanted to leave this place, especially those who had just been captured not long ago. Their desire to leave was even stronger. "Kill! We have more people than them. Don't be afraid." The sword of Gojoseon was waved. Sword arts were performed and power exploded. The remaining evil dragon space pirates were in a fierce battle with the captive sword of Gojoseon. Although the remaining evil dragon space pirates were all powerful, there were not many of them. Facing more than 1,000 captive sword of Gojoseon, they were immediately overwhelmed. However, facing the attacks of the captive sword of Gojoseon, they were not afraid at all. They killed them mercilessly. Chumu took Wang Huailin and moved forward according to the route that Elder he had already scouted. They avoided the evil dragon space pirates and sneaked into the place where the evil dragon space pirates had parked their starship. Luckily, they had made a thorough plan and considered all aspects. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to sneak in without being intercepted in the chaos. Most importantly, the experts who were guarding the starship were all held up by Elder. It was a 50-meter-long, shuttle-shaped starship. It was dark gray with dark red patterns all over it. It looked a little creepy. That was Chumu and Wang Huailin's target, the small meteor-class starship. Outside the starship, there were 2 5-star sword of Gojoseon. They were the evil dragon space pirates who were in charge of guarding the starship. The reason why Elder he chose Chumu was because Chumu had the strength to deal with a 5-star sword of Gojoseon. If it was any other captive sword of Gojoseon, no one except Zhou Huapeng would be able to deal with a 5-star sword of Gojoseon. And Zhou Huapeng's temperament was obviously not good enough. After a short contact, Elder he had some understanding of Chumu. He felt that Chumu should be a trustworthy person. If he was wrong, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. "Brother Wang, wait for me here," Chumu said. He instantly executed Deshang's burning blood transformation. His essence blood collided and burned. An incomparably tyrannical energy surged out, filling his limbs and bones. A sense of tyrannical strength arose spontaneously. It was as if he could crush a mountain with a casual punch. A faint red mist spiraled around Chumu's body like flames. It burned, making Chumu look a little demonic. Under the burning blood transformation, Chumu's strength increased explosively. He flew out, turning into a red line. Holding his sword with both hands, he instantly executed the wind-fast sword. under the burning blood transformation. The power of the wind-fast sword was multiplied. The two swords turned into two roaring gusts of wind, bombarding the 2 5-star sword of Gojosian, courting death. The evil dragon space pirates weren't people to be trifled with. They were ferocious and had taken countless lives under their swords. They attacked mercilessly, wanting to kill Chu-Mu. These two evil dragon space pirates were both 5-star pinnacle sword of Gojosian. They weren't inferior to Zhou Huapeng at all. They executed their most tyrannical sword techniques, one from the left and one from the right, attacking wildly, forming an encirclement. The power of their attacks multiplied. Chu-Mu made up his mind. He wanted to finish off these two evil dragon space pirates as fast as possible. He didn't hold back at all and erupted with all his strength. After the wind-fast sword, one sword raised a gale, and the other sword raised a raging wave. Finally, a raging wave erupted. Under the support of Deshang's burning blood transformation, the raging wave that he had mastered for the first time erupted with astonishing power. A Samsung sword of Gojosian's attack at this moment was enough to threaten a 6-star sword of Gojosian. The 2 5-star pinnacle sword of Gojosian's expressions changed greatly. In just a few moves, Chu-Mu injured one of them, greatly reducing the pressure on him. After that, he injured the other one. The strength of the injured evil dragon space pirates decreased, and they couldn't fight against Chu-Mu anymore. One of them was killed by Chu-Mu. The other one saw that the situation wasn't good and fled, half a step ahead. Chu-Mu didn't chase after him. "Get on the starship," Wang Huilin shouted and opened the starship's door. Chu-Mu immediately entered the starship. Although it was only a meteor-class starship, which was the lowest class of starships, the starship's material was extraordinary. It was extremely sturdy. Even if a mid-grade sword of Gojosian's attack hit it directly, it wouldn't be able to destroy it. The battle just now was only the aftermath. It didn't cause any damage to the starship. After closing the door, Wang Huilin quickly activated the starship. The starship's energy was full. The evil dragon space pirates probably didn't expect that someone would dare to come and steal their starship. Wang Huilin had piloted the starship for many years and was incomparably experienced. If it was Chu-Mu, he probably wouldn't be able to leave this place. Amidst the rumbling, the starship was activated. It slowly rose into the sky amidst a powerful jet of air. Its speed was getting faster and faster. It changed its direction and shot towards the sky with a whoosh. The escaping 5-star sword of Gojosian had already reported the news. However, the powerful evil dragon space pirates were all held back by Old He. Old He's goal wasn't to kill them, but to stall them. Damn it! The evil dragon space pirates were furious. They wanted to chase after the starship, but they were held back by Old He. They couldn't get away. All of them were furious. The sword of Gojosian couldn't leave the planet's atmosphere. Once the starship flew high, it would be impossible to catch up. The evil dragon space pirates could only watch as the small meteor-class starship flew away. They almost vomited blood. Within the atmosphere of a life planet, the starship's speed couldn't reach its maximum. It could only reach 1/10 of its maximum speed. However, a meteor-class starship could reach a speed of 1,000 times the speed of sound. Even if it was 1/10 of its maximum speed, it could reach a speed of 100 times the speed of sound. With such a speed, even the 9-star sword of Gojosian couldn't catch up. It should be known that the laws of the ancient god world were perfect, and the restrictions of space were even stronger. Knowing that the evil dragon space pirates couldn't catch up, Chu-Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately sat down cross-legged and recovered. The outburst caused some injuries to his body. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Chapter 1079. On the evil dragon star, a fireball was moving in the opposite direction, rushing out of the atmosphere. After rushing out of the atmosphere, the flames on the fireball dissipated, revealing its true form. It was a 50-meter-long meteor-class, shuttle-shaped starship, once out of the evil Dragon Star's range. Chu Mu and Wang Huailin finally let out a sigh of relief. Chu Mu's injuries were very light. With his own recovery and the life force of the wood form, he quickly recovered. I wonder what happened to old he. Wang Huailin asked worriedly. He had also participated in the plan. Maybe. Chu Mu shook his head. Old he had said very clearly that his injuries were too heavy. Once he burst out with his strength, his injuries would worsen. At that time he would die from his injuries. It would be unavoidable. Thinking of this, the two of them didn't say anything. Their expressions couldn't help but become a little gloomy. No matter what, they were able to escape alive because Elder he used his own life in exchange. Elder he had saved their lives before. Brother Wang, do you know where the 5-direction star is? Chu Mu changed the topic and asked. I have heard of the 5-direction star. It is one of the 10 high-class life planets in the night darkness galaxy, Wang Huailin said. He had piloted a starship for many years and was familiar with the life planets in the night darkness galaxy. Even if he had never been there, he knew a thing or two. Let me check. Does this starship have a star map? After checking quickly, Wang Huailin couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. There is no star map on this starship. Without a star map, how do we go to the 5-direction star? Chu Mu frowned slightly and asked. His knowledge of the ancient god realm was still limited. He was inferior to Wang Huailin. I have a suggestion. Wang Huailin thought for a moment and said, even if there is a star map with the speed of this meteor-class starship, it will take a very long time to reach the 5-direction star. We might not even have enough energy. So, why don't we go to the nearest medium-class life planet and use the star gate to teleport to the 5-direction star? That's good. Chu Mu nodded. Chu Mu didn't know how big a star system was, but the speed of a meteor-class starship was indeed not fast enough. Flying in the starry sky, from one planet to another, it would take at least 10 days, and at most a few months or even longer. Chu Mu also wanted to complete the task he had entrusted him with as soon as possible before going out for some training. In space, although he was on a starship, it was hard to guarantee that he would not run into space pirates again. At the end of the day, everything was related to the lack of strength. If one had reached the saint level, they would be able to survive in the starry skies with their bodies alone. Their battle prowess would be astonishing, and there was no need to fear the galactic pirates. With Wang Huailin piloting the starship and Chu Mu sitting on it, this meteor-level starship was flying rapidly towards the nearest life planet. Chu Mu took out the item he had given him. It was a piece of jade that was a mixture of 5 different colors. It looked very unique, and its material was extraordinary. Chu Mu couldn't recognize it, but there was a strange seal on the jade. It wasn't a seal, but it also seemed to be a seal. He wondered how old he had kept it without being discovered by the evil dragon pirates. He didn't mention the use of this piece of jade. He only said that only the saint-level experts of the 5 Elements Sword sect could decipher it. It was impossible for others to decipher it. In this way, the possibility of the secret being discovered was eliminated. Although he was curious, Chu Mu didn't think about deciphering it. Since he had agreed to help, he had to be faithful. Moreover, this was his savior. The item that he had risked his life to send back to the 5 Elements Sword sect was definitely not an ordinary item. It must be incomparably precious. Chu Mu had to deliver this piece of jade to the sect leader of the 5 Elements Sword sect to complete his request. Only then would he be able to heave a sigh of relief. Out of curiosity, Chu Mu studied the strange seal. After studying it, he knew that it required a unique power to decipher it. He didn't have that kind of power, so he could only give up on studying it and put it into his spatial ring. Other than that piece of jade, Chu Mu's spatial ring only had about 300,000 low-grade elixirs and a low-grade saint sword. If the 300,000 low-grade elixirs were used for cultivation, it would be enough for Chu Mu to cultivate for a period of time. However, one shouldn't forget that low-grade elixirs weren't only used for cultivation. They were also used as a currency for human swordsmen in the ancient god world. To put it bluntly, it was money. Sometimes, without money, one couldn't do anything. Although it was a small starship with a length of only 50 meters, the interior space wasn't small. Chu Mu could definitely cultivate his swordsmanship in it. Currently, he knew two types of swordsmanship. One was the Gale Quick Sword, and the other was the Raging Wave swordsmanship. Of these two types of swordsmanship, one was a low-grade mortal class, and the other was a top-grade mortal class. Chu Mu didn't give up on either of them. Firstly, he didn't cultivate many types of swordsmanship. Secondly, Chu Mu wanted to have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Therefore, he cultivated more. The more profound he was, the more profound his understanding of swordsmanship would be. However, these two types of swordsmanship were mainly based on the Raging Waves swordsmanship, and the Gale Quick Sword was supplementary. This time, after he finished cultivating the Gale Quick Sword, he still maintained the level of 17 strikes in one breath. It would be very difficult for him to improve by one more strike. If I can integrate two types of rule power, the power of the Gale Quick Sword will definitely be more powerful. Chu Mu thought to himself. He liked swordsmanship like the Gale Quick Sword very much. Unfortunately, swordsmanship wasn't a sword skill. If he wanted to create a sword skill, it wouldn't be too difficult because it was at a lower level. However, swordsmanship was Deshang's work. Chu Mu had only just started to learn swordsmanship. He was just like a child who had just learned how to walk. How could he run fast? If he wanted to create his own swordsmanship, he would have to learn more swordsmanship and have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Only after he had a unique understanding of swordsmanship could he be called a swordsmanship grandmaster. Then, according to his own situation, under a certain opportunity, he would be able to integrate and create his own swordsmanship. It was still too early for Chu Mu to create his own swordsmanship right now. However, this idea in his mind would definitely come true in the future. Thinking about it, many swordsmen didn't even dare to think about creating their own swordsmanship. After this thought flashed through his mind, Chu Mu adjusted his breath for a moment and learned how to pilot a starship from Wang Huailin. Wang Huailin couldn't be with him all the time. In the future, he might have to do it himself. Wang Huailin didn't hide anything. First, he taught Chu Mu how to pilot a starship. Then he told Chu Mu about his many years of experience in piloting a starship. In terms of swordsmanship, Chu Mu showed a comprehension that shocked Wang Huailin. In terms of piloting a starship, Chu Mu also showed an extraordinary learning ability. With just one lesson, Chu Mu was able to learn it. This was a big blow to Wang Huailin, but at the same time he was very gratified. Even with Chu Mu's extraordinary learning ability, it took him half a month to become familiar with piloting a starship. If he wanted to reach Wang Huailin's level of experience, it would probably take him a few more months. Of course, skills could be achieved with talent, but experience was accumulated over time. No matter how strong one's learning ability was, there was no shortcut. Piloting a starship, other than the complicated startup, didn't require too much effort once it entered the stable flight stage. Therefore, Chu Mu also tried piloting a few times. The rest of the time he was cultivating and occasionally chatting with Wang Huailin. Now, this meteor-level starship had been flying in the starry sky for more than a month, but it still hadn't reached the nearest medium-life planet. Chu Mu and Wang Huailin had no choice but to cultivate patiently while waiting. After more than a month of flying, this starship didn't encounter any other starships and was safe. Inside the starship, Chu Mu began to cultivate his swordsmanship again. After more than a month, he had completely mastered the Stormy Wave's swordsmanship. His attainment was not inferior to that of the sword of Gojoseon, who had been practicing for more than 10 years. The power of the third move, Stormy Waves, was several times stronger than the second move. It was very shocking. With the mastery of the Stormy Waves swordsmanship, the Gale-Fast sword also made a breakthrough, reaching the level of 18 swords in one breath. Unfortunately, the Gale-Fast sword was only a low-grade, human-class swordsmanship. After more than a month, Chu-Mu often thought about how to increase the power of the Gale-Fast sword. According to the characteristics of the Gale-Fast sword, there were two most direct methods. First, it was to cultivate to a higher level, reaching dozens or hundreds of swords in one breath. Naturally, the power would be stronger, but that was very difficult. Now, 18 swords in one breath, Chu-Mu felt that it was very difficult. Second, it was to integrate a second type of rule power. There were two rules that were most compatible with it, namely the rule of speed and the rule of thunder. The rule of speed was speed, and the speed of wind was also fast. If it was supported by the rule of speed, it would be faster, the power of the sword would be stronger, and the wind it formed would be more fierce. The speed of thunder was faster than the speed of wind, and it was very violent and destructive. It was also called wind and thunder. Although the speed of light was also faster than the speed of wind, in terms of compatibility with the rule of wind, it was not as good as the rule of speed and the rule of thunder. Chu-Mu also tried a few times, but he was still unable to integrate the rule of thunder into the Gale-Fast sword. If he forced it, it would backfire on him, which was very dangerous, so he had to give up temporarily. After finishing his cultivation, Chu-Mu walked to the side of the starship and looked out through the window. Suddenly, his expression changed. What did he see? It turned out to be a giant beast that looked like a poisonous snake. It had a triangular head which was bigger than the starship he was on. Its body was round, and its width was comparable to the length of this small meteor-class starship. Visually, the giant beast in the shape of a poisonous snake was more than 1,000 meters long. It meandered through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. Its whole body was emitting a gloomy and cold aura, which is transmitted through the starship through the starry sky, making Chu-Mu and Wang Huailin feel cold all over. Immediately, the giant snake turned its triangular head, and a pair of green eyes fell on the starship. Chu-Mu and Wang Huailin only felt that they were being stared at. An extremely gloomy and cold feeling swept through their bodies, and even their souls were trembling. As if it did not care, the giant snake turned its head and walked away. When Chu-Mu came back to his senses, his back was completely soaked. It was too terrifying. That giant snake, with just a glance, made him feel the threat of death. That's a giant beast of the starry sky. Wang Huailin was terrified, and his voice trembled. Chapter 1080. Astral behemoths were huge beasts that only lived in the vast starry sky. They could absorb all kinds of rays in the starry sky and turn them into their own energy to help them grow. Planets with life were not suitable for astral behemoths to live in at all. This was because astral behemoths that grew up were frighteningly large. It was said that some astral behemoths were even larger than planets with life. The astral beast that Chu-Mu and the others saw looked like a poisonous snake and was more than 1,000 meters long. Strictly speaking, it could only be regarded as a baby astral beast. It was said that even the weakest astral beast had the terrifying strength of a low-level saint. Fortunately, the snake-shaped astral beast did not fancy Chu-Mu and the others. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to food. After that, Wang Huailin was in charge of piloting the starship. He was very focused, fearing that they would encounter another astral beast. Some astral behemoths were mild-tempered, while others were hot-tempered. If they encountered another astral beast the next time, they could not guarantee that they would be as lucky as the last time. However, under normal circumstances, it was not easy to encounter an astral beast. After 3 months of flying, the small meteor-class starship finally approached a medium-sized planet with life, Daybreak. In addition to the small meteor-class starship that Chu-Mu and Wang Huailin were on, there were also many other starships that entered the atmosphere of Daybreak. Their speed was reduced to 1/10 of their normal speed in the starry sky, and due to friction with the atmosphere, they fell from the sky like fireballs of various sizes. On every habitable life planet, there was at least one spaceport where starships could be docked. However, under normal circumstances, only the larger starships would dock in the starports. Small meteor-class starships would often be stored in the space ring of the swordsman. Under Wang Huailin's skillful piloting skills, the starship landed smoothly in a part of the starport. After Chu Mu and Wang Huailin got off the starship, Chu Mu released his divine sense and wrapped the starship. With a thought, it felt as if he was dragging a mountain, and he stored the starship in his space ring. It could not be helped. To park a starship in a spaceport, one had to pay the management fee. Although Wang Huailin was a 4-star sword of Gojosian, his telepathic thoughts were not strong enough to store a small meteor-class starship. Chu Mu's telepathic thoughts were much stronger, but he could barely store the starship, which consumed more than half of his telepathic thoughts. "Let's go to Heavenly Stars, Heavenly Sword Hall," Wang Huailin said. The Heavenly Sword Hall existed on most of the vital planets. The Stargate was usually controlled by the Heavenly Sword Hall. "Guest, where are you going?" "Come and take my flying ship. I guarantee that it will be fast and comfortable. Take my flying ship. This is the latest model of flying ship. It can travel at 300 times the speed of sound. I guarantee that we'll be there in no time." As soon as Chu Mu and Wang Huailin walked out of the spaceport, they saw many spaceships parked on both sides. They were roughly 10, 20, and 30 meters long. There were also many people standing outside, shouting and pulling customers. Chu Mu was a little dumbfounded, but Wang Huailin did not find it strange at all. This was because he had seen such a scene many, many times. Starships are not allowed to fly freely on vital planets because they have a terrifying attack power. Therefore, if you want to go anywhere, you have to either walk, fly, ride a flying spirit beast, or take a spaceship. Wang Huailin explained to Chu Mu, "These spaceships are all registered in the Heavenly Sword Hall. With the records and permission of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they're allowed to fly on vital planets." Chu Mu nodded. Indeed, the main cannons and sub-cannons of a starship were not weak. Even if the main cannons of a small meteor-class starship were hit, an intermediate sort of Gojosian would most likely die. If a starship flew on a vital planet and accidentally caused a battle, the main cannons and sub-cannons of the starship would cause a lot of damage to the vital planet. A meteor-class starship was still okay, but imagine how terrifying the main cannons of a satellite-class starship and a planetary-class starship would be. A starship, as the name suggested, was a spaceship that was only suitable for flying in the starry sky. As for a spaceship, it was not equipped with any offensive weapons. Its only function was to fly, and it could only fly on a planet. A spaceship like this that was used to carry passengers was also jokingly called a passenger spaceship. The spaceships of the ancient god realm were different from the spaceships of the immemorial world. Firstly, they were not more than 30 meters in size. Secondly, the materials used were more exquisite. As they were lighter, they were more suitable for flying. Wang Huailin was very experienced. After going up and talking to the people who were shouting, he chose one of them. As long as everyone paid 100 low-grade elixirs, they would be able to take a spaceship that was traveling at 300 times the speed of sound to the Heavenly Sword Hall. 100 low-grade elixirs were indeed worth it. Riding on this spaceship felt very comfortable. There were even drinks, fruits, and snacks inside to entertain them. It was quite good. At 300 times the speed of sound, the spaceship followed the flight path and flew rapidly in the direction of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Fortunately, this star harbor was not very far from the Heavenly Sword Hall. The journey was unimpeded. After about 3 days, they finally arrived at the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Heavenly Sword Hall was a landmark building. It was a huge palace. As they were in a hurry, Chu Mu and Wang Huailin did not stay for long. They immediately entered the Heavenly Sword Hall and headed to the Gate of Stars. What 1 million low-grade elixirs. Chu Mu and Wang Huailin's faces changed. They were shocked. Using the Gate of Stars to teleport from Daybreak Planet to Wufang Planet actually cost 1 million low-grade elixirs. He and Wang Huailin were two people, so they only needed 2 million low-grade elixirs. Brother Chu, I'm really sorry. I've only heard of the Gate of Stars, but I've never used it. So I didn't know that it would require so many elixirs, Wang Huailin said with a bitter smile. This was the rule of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Opening the Gate of Stars required a huge amount of energy. Even if Chu Mu was a saint-level expert, he could not change this fact. This is a situation that we did not expect. Chu Mu shook his head and said, he was speechless. He originally thought that his wealth was not bad after obtaining more than 300,000 low-grade elixirs. Now he knew that the difference was too big. He could not even afford to use the Gate of Stars once. Brother Chu, what should we do now? Wang Huailin said. He had no other choice. The reason why they had to spend so many elixirs was because Daybreak Planet and Wufang Planet were quite far away. If they took a satellite-level starship, it would take at least a few years to arrive. Of course, if they were willing to spend a few years with the 300,000 low-grade elixirs in his space ring, it would be more than enough. However, a few years was a little long and troublesome. There were too many uncertainties. It was better to use the Gate of Stars and arrive quickly. But these elixirs, if only the wealth from before was still here. Chu Mu could not help but sigh. If the wealth was not taken away by the evil dragon pirates, maybe he could sell it and gather enough elixirs. But then again, if he did not encounter the evil dragon pirates, he would not have met old He. Naturally, he would not be in such a predicament today. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chu Mu's mind. Brother Wang, how many elixirs do you think a small meteor-level starship can be sold for? Chu Mu asked. Brother Chu, you mean? Wang Huailin's eyes also lit up. Then he said in a low voice, as far as I know, buying a small meteor-level starship normally requires 1 million low-grade elixirs. But if you want to sell it, I'm afraid it will not be able to be sold for 1 million low-grade elixirs. Brother Wang, your starship was destroyed by the evil dragon pirates. Originally, this small meteor-level starship was going to be left for you. But looking at the situation now, it seems that you have to sell the starship first. Chu Mu's tone was a little apologetic. Brother Chu, what are you talking about? If it was not for you, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of the evil dragon pirates. Not only you, old He also saved my life. So, everything should be based on old He's matter. Wang Huailin's face became serious and said, even if you want to give the starship to me, I will not accept it. How about this, Brother Wang? You go and find a buyer for the starship. The price cannot be too low. Chu Mu nodded and said in a low voice, after selling the starship, I only need enough elixirs to pass through the Stargate and reach the 5-direction star. As for you, Brother Wang, you will have to find a way to return to your family. That's the only way. Wang Huailin nodded. Although he was a little helpless, this was the truth. He turned around and went to find a seller. Although Wang Huailin was an honest person, he was not stupid. Not long after, he found a buyer. It was someone from a certain family. After some discussion, he finally sold the small meteor-level starship at the price of 800,000 low-grade elixirs. Firstly, he was in a hurry. Secondly, he took something from the evil dragon pirates. Otherwise, if he was willing, it was not impossible to exceed the price of 900,000. The 800,000 low-grade elixirs from selling the starship, plus the 380,000 low-grade elixirs in Chu Mu's spatial ring, added up to a total of 1,180,000 low-grade elixirs. In the end, Chu Mu only took 1,001,000 low-grade elixirs. The rest was all given to Wang Huailin. After all, Chu Mu was alone and had nothing to worry about. Wang Huailin was different. His starship was more than half of his family's income. Now that it was gone, it was a huge loss. Wang Huailin was very grateful to Chu Mu. After paying the 1 million low-grade elixirs, Chu Mu stepped into the Stargate. The Stargate's appearance was very bright, as if countless stars were contained within it. Stepping into it, Chu Mu felt that the world was spinning and time was flowing backwards. Countless stars were embellished around him, flowing rapidly. After seeing Chu Mu step into the Stargate with his own eyes, Wang Huailin turned around and left. He was thinking whether he should take the starship back to his family or use the hundreds of thousands of low-grade elixirs in his spatial ring to do some small business. When he had more money, he would return to his family. It felt like 1,000 years, but also like a moment. Stars flashed past him like falling stars. Chu Mu felt that he had passed through something. His feet landed on the ground, and behind him was a Stargate. He had arrived at the 5-star. Chapter 1081. The Pentagram Star was one of the 10 high-class planets in the Night Darkness Galaxy. As soon as Chu Mu walked out of the Heavenly Sword Hall, he immediately felt the first difference between the Pentagram Star and Daybreak Star, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. It was truly worthy of being called a high-grade life planet. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi of the Pentagonal Star was several times denser and purer than the Daybreak Star. Cultivating on the Pentagonal Star was much faster than cultivating on the Daybreak Star. Other than the difference in Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, the spatial restrictions and barriers of the Pentagram Star were stronger than those of Daybreak Star. Chu Mu only felt this slightly, but it wasn't obvious. After walking out of the Heavenly Sword Hall, he took a deep breath and felt refreshed. The power of the 5 elements is very rich, Chu Mu said to himself as he sensed it carefully. On the Pentagram Star, the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had a clearer fluctuation. Perhaps that was how it got its name. According to Elder He, the 5 Elements Sword Sect is located in the 5 Elements mountain range. It is the only overlord sect on the Pentagram Star. If I want to complete Elder He's request, I naturally have to enter the 5 Elements Sword Sect first, Chu Mu said to himself. According to Elder He's knowledge, the sects of the human race in the ancient god world were divided into 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade. After that were the overlord sects, and above that were the dominator sections. The so-called overlord sects referred to powerful sects that dominated a high-class planet, while the dominator sects were powerful sects that ruled over a galaxy. The 5 Elements Sword Sect was the overlord sect on the Pentagram Star. It was also the strongest force on the Pentagram Star. He boarded a flying ship and quickly left the Heavenly Sword Hall on the Pentagram Star. He flew quickly in the direction of the 5 Elements mountain range. Other than Chu Mu, there were dozens of other people on the 30-meter long flying ship. These people didn't look old. The oldest was no more than 40 years old. Their cultivation wasn't weak. They were at least at the first firmament of creation, and the highest was at the 3rd firmament of creation. Chu Mu didn't say anything. Instead, he listened to their conversation. It turned out that the purpose of these people heading to the 5 Elements mountain range was to become a disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. As the overlord of the 5 Elements Star, the 5 Elements Sword Sect's influence was incomparably huge. Becoming a disciple of the 5 Elements Star was the dream of many. Unfortunately, amongst so many people, only a small number of people were able to become disciples of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. As he listened to the conversations of others, Chu Mu once again thought of an extremely important question, and that was how he should meet the sect master of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. One had to know that the task that Elder he had given him was to personally hand over the 5-colored jade to the sect master of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. Chu Mu understood the meaning of personally very well. It wasn't something that he could casually find someone from the 5 Elements Sword Sect, give him the jade, and then ask him to hand it over to the sect master. If there was even the slightest mistake, Chu Mu wouldn't have completed Elder He's task. Therefore, he had to personally meet the sect master of the 5 Elements Sword Sect and personally hand over the 5-colored jade to him. The problem was, how was he supposed to meet the sect master of the 5 Elements Sword Sect? running to the Five Elements Sword Sect and directly telling the disciples of the Five Elements Sword Sect that he had an important matter to discuss with them and that he had to meet them personally? Even Chumu knew that it was impossible. He would either be treated as a lunatic or as a provocation. In short, not only would he not be able to meet the sect master of the Five Elements Sword Sect by doing that, he might even cause some unnecessary trouble for himself. How could an overlord-level sect pay attention to a small, low-level sort of Gojosian like him? He had already considered this question repeatedly before, but he couldn't come up with a good solution at the moment. He could only take one step at a time. Now that he heard the discussions of others, an idea couldn't help but appear in his mind. Why don't I also become a disciple of the Five Elements Sword Sect? This way, I'll have a greater chance of meeting the sect master. At that time, I should be able to complete Elder He's task. Chumu's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. An overlord-level sect had a huge influence and a deep foundation. Moreover, Chumu had just entered the ancient god world, and there were many things he didn't know. Even if he wanted to gain experience, he had already experienced some things and knew that it was still too early for him to do so with his current strength. Since that was the case, he might as well join the Five Elements Sword Sect and cultivate for a period of time to increase his strength. Chumu, who was born on Earth, didn't place much importance on the concept of being a disciple. In his opinion, the right path was to learn the strengths of various sects and eliminate the dross and retain the essence. Of course, it was impossible for Chumu to become a disciple. He also had his own stubbornness. He only had one master. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Chumu pondered while listening to the discussions of others. The passenger ship was steadily and rapidly approaching the Five Elements mountain range. The Five Elements mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was the largest and longest mountain range on the Five Element Star. The Yuan Qi here was denser than anywhere else on the Five Element Star. The fluctuations of the Five Elements force were also clearer. The passenger ship landed somewhere in the Five Elements mountain range. Chumu and the others disembarked and stood on the Five Elements mountain range. Looking up, there were countless mountain peaks that rose and fell one after another. They were endless and seemed to pierce through the clouds, standing tall and majestic. Using their movement techniques, they flew in the air with the other sort of Gojosian. They quickly flew forward and arrived at the mountain gate of the Five Elements Sword Sect. The mountain gate was majestic and had stood tall since ancient times. The pressure of the Five Elements Sword Sect was very intense. At the top of the mountain gate, the words Five Elements Sword Sect were vivid and lifelike. The words were written with the strokes of dragons and snakes, as if they were coming to life. They contained an extremely shocking sword intent that made people not dare to look directly at them. At the foot of the mountain gate, there were 4 low-level sort of Gojosian wearing standard robes. They were the disciples of the Five Elements Sword Sect. If someone wanted to pay a visit, they would naturally first take out an invitation and hand it to the disciple guarding the mountain gate. The disciple would then hand over the invitation and wait for arrangements. For an overlord-level sect, like the Five Elements Sword Sect, those who came to pay a visit had to be at least a saint or someone with a great background. Chumu was alone, and he was only a low-level sort of Gojosian. He didn't have any fame. Even if he presented an invitation, it would be thrown away. Fortunately, Chumu had already decided to join the Five Elements Sword Sect and become a disciple. He didn't need an invitation or anything like that. Here came the problem. For overlord-level sects like the Five Elements Sword Sect, they opened their doors to recruit disciples once every 10 years. This time, only 5 years had passed since they opened their doors to recruit disciples. In other words, if one wanted to enter the Five Elements Sword Sect through the Five Elements Sword Sect's grand opening, then one would have to wait for another 5 years. Fortunately, other than the mountain gate opening, there were other methods to join the Five Elements Sword Sect. However, this method was more than 10 times more difficult than the mountain gate opening. Chu Mu had already heard of this method on the passenger ship. It was to pass through the 5 elements, heavenly pass of the 5 elements, sword sect. It was said that the 5 elements heavenly pass was the place where the 5 elements sword sect's disciples advanced. There were a total of 3 passes. For example, if one wanted to become a true disciple from an inner sect disciple, one had to pass through the first pass of the 5 elements heavenly pass. If one wanted to be promoted from a true disciple to a direct disciple, one had to pass through the second pass of the 5 elements heavenly pass. If a foreign swordsman wanted to join the 5 elements sword sect, there were 2 restrictions: age and cultivation. First, heavenly layer of creation cultivation couldn't be older than 50 years old. Second, heavenly layer of creation cultivation couldn't be older than 60 years old. Third, heavenly layer of creation cultivation couldn't be older than 70 years old. If one exceeded this standard, no matter what, they wouldn't have the chance to join the 5 elements sword sect. After passing through the first pass of the low-grade sword of Gojoseon, not only could he become a disciple of the 5 elements sword sect, but he could also directly become a true disciple. Chu Mu's cultivation was at the early stage of the 3rd heavenly layer of creation, and he was not older than 70 years old. With his age and cultivation, he was unremarkable on the 5 element star. This was because there were many swordsmen younger than him with higher cultivation than him in the 5 elements sword sect. Therefore, when Chu Mu handed over 100 low-grade origin pills to verify his cultivation and age, many people around him looked at him with contempt. In their opinion, Chu Mu couldn't become a disciple of the 5 elements sword sect at all. Sir, passing through the 5 elements heavenly pass is life-threatening. With your age and cultivation, I advise you to give up, a kind-hearted person said to Chu Mu. Thank you. Chu Mu responded with a smile and took the number plate. There were hundreds of sword of Gojoseon gathered here. Most of them were Samsung, sword of Gojoseon. Some wanted to pass through the 5 elements heavenly pass, while others just wanted to watch the fun. These days, there are all kinds of Tom, Dick, and Harry. He's already 60 years old, but his cultivation is only at the early stage of the 3rd heavenly layer of creation. With such talent, if it were me, I would have found a place to spend the rest of my life. How dare he come out and make a fool of himself? Some people just had cheap mouths. It was as if they couldn't live without mocking others. Indeed, Chu Mu was not young compared to them. He was already 60 years old. This kind of cultivation talent was indeed very mediocre in the ancient god realm. In the face of other people's mockery, Chu Mu's expression didn't change. It was as if they weren't talking about him. This indifference made many people admire him. He's kind-hearted, but his talent... A deacon of the 5 elements sword sect, who was in charge of testing bone age and cultivation, secretly lamented. Only one person could pass through the 5 elements heavenly pass at a time. At this time, someone was trying. Chu Mu's number plate was 68. According to the rules of the 5 elements sword sect, after every 100 number plates were issued, the number would be recalculated. Based on other people's discussions, Chu Mu knew that the person trying to pass the 5 elements heavenly pass was a sort of Gojoseon whose cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of creation. It had been an hour. After an hour, no one came out and no one else entered. This meant that the person was still alive. Among the challengers during this period, it was considered a long time. It was said that no one had passed through the first stage of the 5 elements heavenly pass and become a true disciple of the 5 elements sword sect for 10 years. Waiting for a few hours or even a day or 2 was better than waiting for 5 years. Time passed slowly. Amidst the continuous discussion, another hour passed. Ha 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 ha, the challenger just now has successfully passed the first stage. From now on, he will be a true disciple of our sect. The deacon in charge of the 5 elements heavenly pass laughed loudly, shocking the hundreds of sword of Gojoseon present. After 10 years, There was finally someone who had successfully passed the first stage of the 5 Elements Heavenly Pass. Chapter 1082. He's dead next. He's not dead, but he's seriously injured. Next. Ever since that person passed the first stage of the 5 Elements Heaven Gate, the other challengers failed one after another. There were 3 outcomes for failure. The first was death, which was the worst outcome. The second outcome was injury. The third outcome was knowing that one's strength was not enough to pass the stage, so one withdrew first. The loss was only 100 low-grade elemental elixirs. One failure after another, the number of people waiting in front of Chu Mu decreased. Finally, it was Chu Mu's turn. It's very difficult. The sword of Gojosian, who was in front of Chu Mu, walked out with a pale face and said. Chu Mu stepped forward without hesitation and walked into the whirlpool portal of the 5 Elements Heaven Gate. His body seemed to be swallowed up. No one said anything, because everyone thought that Chu Mu would definitely not pass the first stage. Perhaps he would just add another soul to the 5 Elements Heaven Gate. Stepping through the whirlpool portal, Chu Mu saw a path paved with blue stones. It was very wide, and there were trees, grass, and rocks on both sides. It looked like a forest road. The scenery was beautiful, and if there were birds chirping, it would be even more beautiful. The bluestone path was straight ahead, and it was hard to imagine that this was a dangerous stage. Chu Mu found that there was an inexplicable force here that prevented him from flying. He could only use his movement technique and fly forward quickly. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger, which surprised Chu Mu, but he did not dare to let his guard down. In the past 10 years, there are countless challengers, but no one could pass. This was enough to show the difficulty of the 5 Elements Heaven Gate. After flying forward for a while, Chu Mu found that the path ahead had changed. The bluestone path had turned golden, and it was very dazzling. The surrounding trees on both sides had also turned golden, as if they were made of metal. Even the sky seemed to be dyed golden. Rich metal energy filled the air, and the fluctuations were strong. It felt like there were countless invisible swords wandering in the air, constantly cutting. Chu Mu's heart trembled as he instinctively sensed danger. In front of him was a golden figure about the height of a person. His face was cold, and his pupils were a faint golden color. He didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. In his hand was a similarly golden longsword. He was walking step by step towards Chu Mu. Following the steps of the golden figure, the surrounding metal power seemed to be drawn, turning into a storm of metal power that blew towards Chu Mu. When it swept past Chu Mu, he actually felt a slight sharpness. Chu Mu spread out his divine sense and shrouded the golden-armored man. He could not sense any signs of life. Chu Mu was shocked. He knew that the golden-armored man was not a real person, but a puppet that was filled with rich gold force. 4-star sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu's pupils shrank. The energy fluctuations emitted by the golden sword puppet let Chu Mu know that its level was equivalent to that of a 4-star sword of Gojosian. Step by step, the golden sword puppet's speed rapidly increased. It transformed into a golden ray of light and swung its long sword forward. The surrounding metal energy was drawn in and transformed into a terrifying golden ray of light that pierced through Chu Mu's body. An extreme sharpness seemed to be piercing through Chu Mu's body. In the blink of an eye, the golden sword puppet's sword was in front of Chu Mu's face. This sword was purely a stab, containing the pure metal power without any impurities. Chu Mu took a step back and unsheathed his sword. With a single strike, he knocked away the golden sword puppet's sword and counterattacked. He vaguely knew that the so-called 5 Elements Heavenly Gate was to defeat a strong enemy. This golden sword puppet's body was tyrannical, surpassing Chu Mu's. Its strength was also very strong, not much inferior to Chu Mu's. Moreover, the puppet was not afraid of pain or fatigue. As long as it had energy, it could continue to fight. With Chu Mu's strength, an ordinary peak 5-star sword of Gojosian was not his opponent. Although this golden sword puppet was powerful, it was only at the level of a 4-star sword of Gojosian. If Chu Mu wanted to, he could defeat this golden sword puppet within 3 moves. After exchanging 2 moves, Chu Mu found that the golden sword puppet's swordsmanship was very exquisite. Although it was straightforward and strong, there was a sense of mystery. Chu Mu observed carefully as he fought with the golden sword puppet. He thought to himself, it's just a kind of rule of gold. At most, it's equivalent to a middle-class human stage, swordsmanship. However, it's completely natural. Obviously, it's the work of a swordsman with an extremely profound understanding of the rule of gold. He had practiced the gold sword art. Now, the golden sword puppet swordsmanship was a little like the gold sword art. However, it was hundreds or thousands of times more mysterious than the gold sword art. Chu Mu was eager to learn this swordsmanship. His intuition told him that this swordsmanship would be of great help to him. The golden sword puppet's swordsmanship only had 1 move, which was a straight stab. It seemed simple, but in fact, there was something mysterious about it. Chu Mu unceasingly observed and displayed his incomparably powerful comprehension ability. Through personal contact and unceasingly comprehending, he gradually rationalized and comprehended the essence contained within that sword. This is one of the moves of the swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is not complete. My comprehension can only stop here. After a while, Chu Mu was not without regrets. He directly performed the wind-fast sword. The 18 sharp swords and the roaring wind directly tore the golden sword puppet's tyrannical body into pieces. Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Mu did not immediately move forward. Instead, he stood in place and closed his eyes to comprehend. After 10 breaths, he stabbed out with his sword. It actually had some of the charm of the golden sword puppet's swordsmanship. The surrounding gold force was also attracted, and the sharpness was threatening. No, I'm still missing something. Chu Mu shook his head. He knew what he was missing. It was very simple. He did not have the manual of the swordsmanship. He could only observe and touch it. The swordsmanship was only one of the moves, so it was not complete. That was why he felt that something was missing. Sheathing his sword, he moved forward again. The surrounding was still filled with an astonishing amount of gold force. The further he went, the denser it seemed. The second golden figure appeared in front of Chu Mu. Just like before, the golden figure also strode towards Chu Mu. Its speed became faster and faster, and finally it also turned into a golden light that broke through the air. The sword stabbed out. It was the same move as the first golden sword puppet. However, it was more sophisticated and exquisite, and its power was also more tyrannical. Chu Mu struck out with his sword. With a collapse and a spin, he slashed out again. The golden sword puppet immediately counterattacked, using a different swordsmanship from the first move. Chu Mu was delighted, and once again he fought with the golden sword puppet. In addition to the first move, this golden sword puppet also grasped the second move. Moreover, it was more profound than the first move, and its power was also more powerful. In the fierce battle, Chu Mu gradually learned the second move. At the same time, it gave Chu Mu a feeling that something was missing. Thinking about it, there should be a third move. The Gale Quick Sword was used again, and this 4-star sword of Gojosian level golden sword puppet was also shattered under Chu Mu's sword. Using 2 swordsmanship moves on the spot, it was quite charming. Continuing forward, he encountered the third golden sword puppet. The first and second moves were used consecutively, and soon after, the third move was also used. The surrounding power of metal was completely drawn, as if it was attached to the golden sword, turning into a terrifying golden giant sword. It slashed towards Chu Mu with an unstoppable sharpness. Chu Mu's expression changed. The power of this move surpassed the sum of the previous 2 moves. It was truly tyrannical. Fortunately, this golden sword puppet was only at the level of a 4-star sword of Gojosian. If it was a 5-star sword of Gojosian, then it would be difficult to deal with. With a thought, Chumu hurriedly dodged. The terrifying golden giant sword slashed through the air, and the golden mist floating in the air was cut open. It was as if a hole had been torn open in the sky. It was a shocking sight. On the other hand, Chumu was envious. The 3 moves that the third golden sword puppet used immediately gave him a feeling of completion. This was the entire swordsmanship. While fighting with this golden sword puppet, Chumu studied and comprehended it. With his incomparably powerful comprehension ability, and the 2 moves that he had comprehended before as a foundation, and his mastery of the laws of metal, Chumu was like a hot knife through butter. A moment later, Chumu successfully grasped the 3rd move. Moreover, he had mastered the 3 moves through a comprehensive study. A feeling of enlightenment arose spontaneously. Changing the swordsmanship from before, Chumu actually used the same swordsmanship as the golden sword puppet and fought fiercely with this golden sword puppet. For a time, they were evenly matched. However, as the battle continued, Chumu continued to use his sword, and his comprehension continued to deepen. Gradually, his swordsmanship became more and more adept, and its power also became more and more powerful. Puppets were dead, but humans were alive, especially when Chumu had truly learned this swordsmanship. With a slash, it transformed into a terrifying golden giant sword that could split mountains and directly split the golden sword puppet into 2 halves. This 5 elements heavenly gate is truly wondrous. Chumu laughed. Breaking through had allowed him to learn another swordsmanship. Perhaps its grade was not high, but it gave Chumu a feeling of practicality. He was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he stayed where he was and closed his eyes. He carefully recalled the battle between the 3 golden sword puppets, as well as the battle between him and the 3rd golden sword puppet when he used this swordsmanship. After mastering the swordsmanship, Chumu raised his sword and stabbed out. An incomparably sharp golden light broke through the air, piercing through the void. The pale golden mist was pierced as if a vacuum had been created. The 1st move, the 2nd move, the 3rd move, and so on. He repeatedly performed the 1st move, and all kinds of comprehension suddenly gushed out like a spring. The power of the golden rule in his spiritual world inexplicably contracted and expanded. As the golden light swallowed and spat, it seemed like something was about to change. At the same time, the pale golden mist outside, which was the pure power of gold, also fluctuated. Slash! When the last move was performed, the remaining power of the previous moves condensed on the sword and immediately transformed into a golden giant sword that was 10 meters long. It slashed forward as if it could split the sky and earth. Amidst the subtle and sharp sound, the space in front seemed to have been split by Chumu's sword. It was straight and clear, and a feeling of a breakthrough welled up in his heart. Chapter 1083. Deaconly, what's the situation now? The sword of Gojoseon asked the deacon of the 5 Elements sword sect outside the vortex entrance of the 5 Elements sky gate. There's no news. He's still in the 5 Elements sky gate, Deaconly said after pondering for a while. Still in there. It's been more than 2 hours. He hasn't died or passed. I'm guessing that he must have stopped moving inside. Humph, this bastard made us wait here. When he comes out, I'll teach him a lesson. Maybe you won't have the chance. He'll die inside. Had Chumu stopped moving inside the 5 Elements sky gate as they had thought? No, he had been moving forward. After defeating the 3 golden sword puppets and learning a sword technique that was closely related to the power of gold, Chumu felt that his mastery of the rules of gold had broken through some kind of shackle and reached a new height. He felt that the power of the rules of gold had become more vivid. The second stage of the first stage was a lush forest with towering trees everywhere. Chumu felt as if he had walked into a primitive forest. He couldn't feel any other power here, only the rich fluctuations of the power of wood. The power of wood was shockingly dense, forming a faint green mist visible to the naked eye that floated in the air. As his heart beat, the small tree rooted in his heart, the wood fay's origin, suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. The light green mist around Chumu's body, the pure and exuberant wood fay's origin, was immediately absorbed and poured into Chumu's body through his pores. It quickly flowed towards the wood fay's origin in his heart and was absorbed into the small tree, becoming its nutrients. The pure and rich power of wood flowed through Chumu's body. The vigorous power of life washed over his body again and again, causing his body to slowly strengthen without him noticing. The strengthening of his physique wasn't obvious. The most obvious improvement was the improvement of his self-healing ability and the toughness and elasticity of his muscles, veins, bones, and organs. Chumu stood where he was and allowed the origin of the wood aspect to absorb the power of wood around him. When it reached its limit, he continued to move forward. A tree swayed and a rustling sound was heard. Then the tree seemed to come alive. It stretched out a branch and swung it at Chumu. The branch was like a sword, sharp and full of vitality. Chumu's eyes lit up. It was another sword technique. The power of the tree was equivalent to that of the 4-star sword of Gojoseon. It was similar to the golden sword puppet from before, except that it used the power of wood and the sword technique was closely related to the aspect. Chumu learned sword techniques as he fought, while his wood phase origin continued to absorb wood energy. When Chumu successfully comprehended this sword technique, he performed the metal element sword technique that he had learned before. It was a swift and fierce killing move. Stop, absorb, move forward, fight, kill. After repeating this process, Chumu also successfully killed the third tree with his sword. He learned a new sword technique, the wood element sword technique, which also had 3 moves. Standing where he was, Chumu drew his sword and practiced the wood element sword technique that he had just learned. At the same time, the power of wood continued to absorb and cleanse his muscles, veins, and organs. The profound of wood in his spiritual world also fluctuated. It was fluctuating and seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. He performed the wood element sword technique again and again. Although the small tree rooted in his heart didn't grow, it became more vigorous and verdant. The vigorous vitality was more than 10 times richer. Chumu's entire body was enveloped by the vigorous power of wood. When the sword stabbed out, it seemed to turn into countless branches whipping out, causing the void to emit cracking sounds. Chumu's profound of wood in his spiritual world underwent a transformation in an instant. A storm of power of wood swept up around him. After a while, the storm of power of wood calmed down. Chumu felt that his profound of wood had successfully transformed into the law of wood. This result made him happy. After the previous 2 stages, Chumu had guessed that if he was right, the next opponent he would face should be an opponent who had mastered the water element sword technique. Sure enough, as he continued forward, the environment changed again. It was a rippling lake. Chumu walked on the water, and faint ripples appeared under his feet and spread out. The sound of water splashing could be heard. In front of him, huge ripples spread out. In the center of the ripples, a figure condensed. It was a water puppet holding a flowing water sword. As soon as the water puppet appeared, it immediately swung its sword. In the ripples, water vapor shot out and the sword attacked. It was the first move of a water element sword technique. Chumu's goal was still to learn this sword technique, then kill his opponent and continue to walk on the water. This water type sword technique also had 3 moves. After Chumu learned it, he put in a lot of effort to cultivate it. At the final moment, he swung his sword, causing waves to surge. The water type rule in his mental world also reached the limit and broke through the existing shackles, reaching a new realm, the same as the metal type rule. The metal element sword technique and the water element sword technique broke through one after another. The profound of wood had successfully transformed into the law of wood. Chumu had learned 3 new sword techniques. Such a harvest was great. The fourth stage of the first stage was a sea of fire. The blazing high temperature made Chu Mu feel like he was being roasted on fire. He felt like he was being cooked. He had no choice but to circulate the sword origin throughout his body to reduce the high temperature. Currently, Chu Mu had mastered 6 types of rule powers: the air element sword technique, the metal element sword technique, the wood element sword technique, the water element sword technique, the wind element sword technique, and the thunder element sword technique. The opponent in the fourth stage of the first stage was a puppet condensed from flames. It held a sword of fire and attacked Chu Mu mercilessly. The raging fire surged, as if it wanted to burn Chu Mu to ashes. The opponent's strength was still at the level of a 4-star sword of Gojoseon. Of course, it was not an ordinary 4-star sword of Gojoseon. It should be known that the 5 Elements Heavenly Gate was also used by the 5 Elements Sword Sect to select true disciples. Once an inner disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect broke through to the 4th heavenly layer of creation realm, he had to apply for the true disciple assessment. The opponent in the Heavenly Gate was not someone an ordinary 4-star sword of Gojoseon could fight against. If a 4-star sword of Gojoseon could not pass the assessment to become a true disciple, the sword sect had other arrangements. After learning the first move of the fire sword technique, Chu Mu used the water sword technique to defeat the fire puppet and continued to advance. The power of the second fire puppet was still at the level of a powerful 4-star sword of Gojoseon. However, it had mastered 2 moves of the fire sword technique. When it was used one after the other, its power was more tyrannical and its strength was more powerful. However, to Chu Mu, only a powerful 5-star sword of Gojoseon could fight against him. Otherwise, it was simply not enough. The second fire puppet was defeated. Then it was the third fire puppet that had mastered the complete fire sword technique. In the end, Chu Mu also defeated the fire puppet and learned the third move of the fire sword technique. Unfortunately, when it was used, it did not have much power. Chu Mu knew the reason for this. It was because the corresponding level of the fire sword technique was the power of laws. The fire sword technique that he had mastered was only at the level of the fire profound. There was a huge gap between it and the fire profound. Chu Mu had no choice. He could only learn the moves of this fire sword technique first and slowly cultivate it in the future. It would definitely speed up the transformation of the fire profound into the fire profound. If he was not wrong, the 5th stage of the first stage should be related to the power of earth. Sure enough, it was a vast field filled with earth. Dense power of earth filled the air. The ground under his feet emitted waves of gravitational force, increasing the gravity and making the air sticky. This clearly affected Chu Mu's figure. Similar to the power of fire, Chu Mu's power of earth was still at the level of the earth profound. It had yet to transform into the earth profound. His opponent in this stage was the earth puppet. The earth puppet held a sword condensed from the power of earth and executed the first move of the earth sword technique. In an instant, Chu Mu felt the air around him being affected, becoming heavy. Chu Mu's expression didn't change because his opponent's strength wasn't enough to deal with. Waving its sword to break the opponent's sword technique, the earth puppet didn't have any intelligence and used the same technique to attack Chu Mu again. Chu Mu continuously comprehended and analyzed the first move of the earth sword technique. However, he only learned it because his power of earth was still at the level of the earth profound. He defeated the earth puppet, shattered it, and continued forward. He encountered the second earth puppet and fought it once more. The second earth puppet was even stronger than the first, but it was also shattered by Chu Mu's sword. The third earth puppet's sword slashed down. Chu Mu only felt as if the entire earth had been flipped over and was being suppressed. Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint and he waved his sword upwards, shattering the earth that was being suppressed and counterattacking. After an intense battle, Chu Mu successfully learned the third move of the earth sword technique. Chu Mu practiced it a few times. Because he didn't have the power of earth, he could only execute the move. However, Chumu wasn't in a hurry. Once the earth profound transformed into the earth profound, he would be able to execute the earth sword technique and fully display its power. Sheathing his sword, he continued forward. The path returned to the bluestone path. There were trees and grass on both sides. The fresh air made Chumu feel refreshed. After walking for half an hour, Chumu saw two whirlpools, one on the left and one on the right. On the left, there was a stone tablet with the word exit written on it. On the right, there was a stone tablet with the word second stage written on it. In other words, Chumu had passed the first stage of the 5-element Sky Gate. The second stage is used by the 5-element sword sect to test their personal disciples. Although my strength is enough to defeat an ordinary peak 5-star sort of Gojosian, it is said that the personal disciples of the 5-element sword sect have to at least reach the level of a 7-star sort of Gojosian. Although Chumu was curious about what he could get from the second stage of the 5-element Sky Gate, he was very rational. He knew that with his current strength, entering the second stage would be courting death. Moreover, as long as he became a disciple of the 5-element sword sect, he would definitely be able to enter the 5-element Sky Gate again in the future. At that time, he would be able to enter the second stage to satisfy his curiosity. Thinking of this, Chumu walked towards the whirlpool door on the left. He didn't stop and walked into the whirlpool door. Chapter 1084. Congratulations! Today, 2 people have passed the first stage of the 5 elements Heaven Gate and become the successor disciples of our sect. I hope that there will be a third one among you. Attendant Lee laughed. What? That person actually passed the first stage? After hearing this, everyone was shocked and their faces were filled with disbelief. Impossible, Attendant Lee. Are you mistaken? He is the sword of Gojosian, who cultivated to the 3rd heavenly layer of creation realm at the age of 60. His talent is mediocre. How could he pass the test? Some of the sword of Gojosian who looked down on Chumu and those who thought they had extraordinary talent but failed to pass the first stage shouted. Attendant Lee's face darkened and a cold aura suddenly spread out, making everyone shudder. Seeing that Attendant Lee seemed to be a little angry, those people just shut up, but they were very unhappy. Indeed, that person's cultivation talent is mediocre, but it doesn't mean that his other talents are mediocre. Attendant Lee snorted and did not say much. In fact, he was also very curious about how Chumu passed the first stage. Chumu walked into the vortex door on the left. After leaving the 5 elements Heaven Gate, he met a pair of astonished eyes. It was an old man. Who are you? Why are you here? The old man asked with an astonished expression and tone. Immediately, the old man also realized that he was an idiot because he saw Chumu walk out of the vortex exit of the 5 elements Heaven Gate with his own eyes. Not long ago, someone had passed the first stage of the 5 elements Heaven Gate, and he was the one who received him. In the past 10 years, no one had passed the first stage. After all, it was too difficult for a low-level sword of Gojosian to pass the first stage of the 5 elements Heaven Gate. Those who could pass were the kind of peerless geniuses who could challenge across a whole heavenly layer. Even in an overlord sect like the 5 elements sword sect, there are very few such geniuses. What he did not expect was that there would be a second sword of Gojosian who passed the first stage of the 5 elements Heaven Gate in one day. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 3rd heavenly layer of creation realm, which was lower than the previous one. Come with me. The old man let out a low shout and his figure flashed. Before Chumu could react, he was grabbed by the arm and dragged by the old man as they flew forward. Chumu was horrified. He didn't know what kind of cultivation this old man had, but he didn't even have the strength to resist. Not long after, the old man dragged Chumu into a palace hall. In an instant, several sharp auras swept past. Chumu felt as if he had been seen through from the inside out, causing his hair to stand on end. Elders, I found another good seedling. The old man who was dragging Chumu stopped and shouted excitedly. What kind of good seedling is it? Why are you so excited? A gentle voice rang out and rippled like water. It swept past the old man's heart, causing his excitement to quickly calm down. Chu Mu could see clearly that there were 8 other people in the palace hall besides him and the old man who had brought him here. One of them was a middle-aged man, one was a young man who looked to be around 30 years old, and the other 6 were all old men. They all wore long robes of different colors. Everyone's gaze fell on Chu Mu. The 7 of them were filled with curiosity. However, there seemed to be a trace of hostility in the eyes of the young sword of Gojoseon. Chu Mu believed that it was not his imagination. The young sword of Gojoseon's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of creation realm. Chu Mu thought of something and vaguely guessed the young man's identity. In an instant, he clearly saw everyone in the palace hall. Their expressions were also clearly captured by Chu Mu. Elders, the good seedling I was talking about is him. He has just passed the first stage of the 5 Elements Heaven Challenge. The old man who had brought Chu Mu here said respectfully to the 6 old men. In an instant, Chu Mu felt an astonishing light flash past the eyes of the 6 old men, as if they wanted to pierce through Chu Mu's body. He can actually pass the first stage of the 5 Elements Heaven Challenge with a cultivation at the early 3rd heavenly layer of creation realm. Not simple. Indeed, not simple at all. Compared to Hanyu, this person seems to be even more outstanding. When these words were spoken, the elders did not react. However, the young sword of Gojoseon's eyes changed. Chu Mu felt a trace of coldness. It was the hostility of the young sword of Gojoseon. Wait, what's your name? How old are you this year? One of the old men in a long green robe asked as he stared at Chu Mu with burning eyes. Junior is Chu Mu. I'm about 60 years old. Chu Mu said. In reality, he had not carefully calculated his age. He only knew that he was about 60 years old, or 1 or 2 years younger, or 1 or 2 years older. 60 years old. The old men's eyes lit up at first, then dimmed, as if they were somewhat disappointed. As for the young sword of Gojoseon named Hanyu, a trace of mockery flashed across the corners of his mouth. To cultivate to the early 3rd heavenly layer of creation realm at the age of 60, this cultivation talent is too mediocre. However, to be able to pass the first stage of the 5 Elements Heaven Challenge with a cultivation at the early 3rd heavenly layer of creation realm proves that your fighting ability is very strong. Your fighting talent surpasses others, and you are qualified to become a true disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. Deacon Jia, test him. Yes. The middle-aged man stood up and waved at Chu Mu. Then he took out a transparent ball the size of a human head and explained it to Chu Mu. It turned out that this transparent ball was used to test a swordsman's affinity with the power of heaven and earth. This was the 5 Elements Sword Sect, so naturally the power of 5 elements was the main force. The other power of heaven and earth was supplementary, because the cultivation of the 5 Elements Sword Sect was mainly based on the power of 5 elements. When Chu Mu placed his palm on the transparent ball, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Chu Mu communicated with the rule of gold in his spiritual world and used the power of the rule of gold to infuse it into the transparent ball through his palm. Suddenly, the transparent ball was filled with a golden color and emitted a golden luster. There were fluctuations and so on. Chu Mu could not understand it, and neither could Hanyu, but the others could. The power of gold is at the level of the rule of gold. It has reached the top of the heaven level, and its mastery has reached the microscopic level. The old man in the golden robes' eyes lit up. Then Chu Mu communicated with the second power of the rule of wood in his spiritual world. Suddenly, the golden color in the transparent ball was replaced by green. It was as if day had replaced night. Upright vitality exuded from Chu Mu's body, causing the old men to tremble in shock. The power of wood is at the level of the rule of wood. It is also at the top of the heaven level. Its mastery is the foundation, but it is so active that it far surpasses the rule of gold. The old man in the green robes' eyes shone like small light bulbs. Then the green in the transparent ball turned blue. It was a light blue like water, and there was a gentle aura rippling out. It was the rule of water. The power of water is also at the level of the rule of water. It has reached the top of the heaven level, and its mastery has reached the microscopic level. The old man in the blue robe exclaimed in disbelief. Then the blue in the transparent ball turned red. However, the intensity of the red light was far from being comparable to the golden, green, and blue light. The power of fire is only at the level of the profundity of fire. After transforming into the rule of fire, it is also at the top of the heaven level. The old man in the red robe said with a calm expression. There was no surprise on his face, but he did not speak. The old man in the black robe glanced at Chumu. There seemed to be a little anticipation in his eyes. Then the red in the transparent ball faded. Under everyone's gaze, a trace of yellowish-brown appeared and quietly spread out. The power of earth is at the level of the profundity of earth. After transforming into the rule of earth, it is also at the top of the heaven level, the old man in the brown robe said. The power of the 5 elements is complete. Good, good, good. The old man in the black robes' eyes shone brightly and fell on Chumu. He said 3 words of praise in a row. The other old men's eyes also shone brightly. Under their gazes, Chumu was like a lamb. At this time, the color of the ball changed again. It turned from yellowish-brown to green, like a gust of wind. After a while, it turned purple again. There were electric arcs jumping and lightning bolts densely. Suddenly, the faces of all the elders changed drastically. They were full of shock. The power of wind was at the level of the rule of wind, which was at the top of the heaven level. The power of thunder was at the level of the rule of thunder, which was at the top of the heaven level. After calculating, Chumu had mastered a total of 7 rule powers. Perhaps it was not a lot, but it contained the power of 5 elements, as well as the power of wind and thunder. The power of wind and thunder was originally close to the power of the 5 elements and was easier to integrate. There were very few examples of the power of 5 elements and the power of wind and thunder appearing in a swordsman at the same time. It was already very difficult to have the power of the 5 elements. Good, good, good. This lad is 60 years old, and his cultivation is only at the early stage of the 3rd heaven of creation. He must have used all the time he has to cultivate the power of heaven and earth. The old man in the black robe laughed and looked very happy. The eyes of the young sword of Gojoseon, Hanyu, flashed with hidden jealousy and hostility. He glanced at Chumu, but no one knew what he was thinking. The other old men looked around and seemed to be thinking about something. For a moment, no one spoke. The whole hall fell into silence, making the atmosphere a little oppressive. Chumu felt that it was difficult to breathe. These old men were all elders. Chumu did not know how strong they were, but they were definitely not weak. They might even be sword saints. Although they did not deliberately emit their auras, they inadvertently leaked it when they were thinking. It had an obvious and strong impact on the surrounding space, as if light was being extracted and stripped away. This lad's power of wood is very active and surpasses the other power of heaven and earth. He is suitable to be a disciple of the wood element. The old man in the green robe laughed heartily, as if he wanted to decide Chumu's fate with one sentence. That's not right. This lad's mastery of the power of gold has reached the microscopic level. He is suitable to be a disciple of the gold element. The old man in the gold robe argued. For a moment, the other old men also spoke. Chapter 1085. Next, in the testing hall, it was like an old man and an old woman in a wet market arguing endlessly over a single cent. They didn't give in to each other, and they even quoted classics to increase their persuasiveness. This scene caused Chumu to be dumbstruck. It also caused Hanyu to be dumbstruck. The middle-aged man in charge of the test and the old man who brought Chumu over were also full of shock. Soon after, their faces turned into bitter smiles. Who would have imagined that the elders of the few lines of the five-element sword sect would actually be like people that were selling vegetables at a market, bargaining and arguing endlessly? If this scene was seen by the other disciples, they would surely feel disbelief and extreme astonishment. Aside from being shocked, Han Yu's heart was also filled with jealousy. His gaze would occasionally sweep past Chumu, but it would always carry dense hostility. Just now, when he was tested, these elders did not argue like this. They only said a few words, and in the end he belonged to the metal faction and became a direct disciple. But now he was being fought over. The five elders argued. The old man in the black robe, who rarely spoke, coughed and suppressed the voices of the five elders. Elders, Chumu will join the main faction as a direct disciple. He will enjoy the treatment of a direct disciple. The old man in the black robe said slowly. There was an unshakable firmness in his tone, as if he was not discussing, but directly announcing the result. Elder Xian, you can't say it like that. Who knew that the other elders would not give in to him and would argue again. Chumu has mastered the power of the five elements. He is most suitable for the main faction. Don't you know this? Elder Xian said. The five elders instantly went silent. Indeed, no matter what, Chumu had grasped the power of the five elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, no matter which one it was, weren't very profound. There were many people who grasped them, but there weren't many sword practitioners who could grasp all five elements. This was all due to talent or fortuitous encounters. The five elements sword sect was divided into 6 factions. The 5 factions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the faction of the sect master were called the main faction. Each faction emphasized different things. To become a disciple of the main faction, one must master the power of the 5 elements. After a round of argument, Elder Xian finally made the decision. Han Yu was even more jealous. The main faction had the least number of disciples among the 6 factions, but the resources allocated to them were the most. Entering the main faction would definitely be more beneficial to one's cultivation. He had passed through the first stage of the 5 Elements Heaven Challenge and had directly obtained the qualifications of a true disciple, entering the metal faction. Chumu had also passed through the first stage of the 5 Elements Heaven Challenge and had also obtained the qualifications of a true disciple. However, he was actually enjoying the treatment of a personal disciple. Personal disciples were 1 level higher than true disciples. Naturally, the treatment they received was also 1 level higher. Since the distribution was complete, some factions were happy while others were sad. The elders sighed in their hearts. The main branch was going to be stronger. They left with all sorts of regrets. As for Elder Xian, she happily brought Chumu away from the testing hall. The light broke through the sky. This Elder Xian did not rely on any flying weapons. He directly used his own aura to envelop Chumu and flew towards the main branch of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. The 5 Elements Sword Sect dominated the 5 Elements mountain range. They occupied countless peaks, with 6 of them being the main peak. These 6 peaks had their own names. The main peak was called the Sect Master Peak. The other 5 peaks were called the Glorious Gold Peak, Green Wood Peak, Clear Water Peak, Raging Fire Peak, and Thick Earth Peak. The peaks of the 5 peaks were located in 5 different directions of the Sect Master Peak. They also commanded many other peaks. Elder Xian brought Chumu over the Sect Master Peak and brought Chumu directly to the True Disciple Peak. Along the way, Elder Xian briefly explained the various aspects of the 5 Elements Sword Sect to Chumu. Within the 5 Elements Sword Sect, the elders each lived in a peak. As for the disciples, only those who had reached the level of esoteric disciple could obtain the right to live in a peak. Those below esoteric disciple did not have this right. Of course, there was always an exception. Elder Xian did not elaborate on this exception. Chu Mu seemed to have casually mentioned the sect master of the Five Elements sword sect. However, Elder Xian said that the sect master was in seclusion. After bringing Chu Mu to the True Disciple Peak, Elder Xian gave the deacon some instructions and left. When they arrived at the True Disciple Peak, the True Disciple Peak's deacon naturally received Chu Mu. He's only at the beginning stage of the third heaven of creation realm, but he has to enjoy the treatment of a true disciple. The deacon who received Chu Mu frowned and was puzzled. In the Five Elements sword sect, most of the true disciples were at least at the fourth heaven of creation realm. The true disciples were even more impressive. The most outstanding one was at the sixth heaven of creation realm. Most of them were at the seventh heaven of creation realm and above. He believed that he was not mistaken. Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the beginning stage of the third heaven of creation realm. However, Elder Xian had personally brought him here with such a cultivation. Furthermore, he was directly promoted to a true disciple and was even told that he could enjoy the treatment of a true disciple. With a thought, the deacon immediately revealed a friendly smile and warmly received Chu Mu. If he guessed correctly, this person was either an important descendant of Elder Xian or a peerless genius who possessed the power of the Five Elements. Elder Xian was an elder with real power in the sect master's line. Furthermore, he was very powerful. The juniors that he valued could not be underestimated and absolutely could not be offended. If it was the latter, then it was even more complicated. In theory, the sect master's line was most suitable for swordsmen who possessed the power of the Five Elements. However, swordsmen who truly possessed the power of the Five Elements were in the minority. Furthermore, not all of them would be accepted by the Five Elements sword sect. Only a small portion of them would be accepted. It was difficult to support the entire sect master's line by relying on a small number of swordsmen who possessed the power of the Five Elements. Therefore, swordsmen who did not possess the power of the Five Elements were also qualified to join the sect master's line. Of course, not everyone was qualified. They had to master at least 3 of the power of the Five Elements. Furthermore, they had to be at the top of the heaven rank. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. My name is Jiang Bei. I'm the reception deacon of the successor peak. You can call me Deacon Jiang. Jiang Bei said to Chu Mu with a friendly smile. Although his current cultivation was much higher than Chu Mu's, and if they were to fight, he could also kill Chu Mu with one sword strike. However, he did not dare to offend Chu Mu because Chu Mu had a better future than him. Deacons were usually disciples of the sect who had cultivated to a certain extent and felt that it would be difficult for them to break through, or that even if they broke through, they would not be able to improve much. Simply put, their potential was about to be exhausted. At this time, the sect would not waste resources on them. They were faced with 2 choices. One was to earn more resources on their own, and the other was to serve the sect and become a deacon. Most people chose to become a deacon. Therefore, the deacons in the sect seemed to have some status, but in fact, they were the choices of those who had no future. Jiang Bei was kind enough to help Chu Mu obtain the sword token of the identity of a successor disciple of the main branch of the Five Elements sword sect. However, what he issued were the robes, swords, and inner armors of the successor disciples. Chu Mu was surprised to find that the robes were treasures. They were top-grade Emperor-level treasures. They were more outstanding than ordinary top-grade Emperor-level treasures. Even the underwear and inner armor were top-grade Emperor-level treasures. For the sword of Gojoseon, the top-grade Emperor-level treasures and inner armor could not withstand their attacks. However, in any case, they could always weaken the power to a certain extent. Furthermore, these were only the robes given to the direct disciples of the Five Elements sword sect. All of the direct disciples had these robes. Furthermore, they were the best of the best. This was something that no sect in the immemorial world could compare to. As for the sword, it was a top-grade saint sword. It was stronger than the violent thunder sacred sword that Chu had obtained in the Flying Heaven Pavilion, because this low-grade saint sword called the Five Elements sword had a certain increase in the power of the five elements. Whether it was the speed of cultivating the power of the five elements or the power of the five elements, it had a 10% increase. The shock that this saint sword gave to Chu was even stronger than the treasures and inner armor. Although he did not know how many successor disciples there were in the five-element sword sect, it was enough to show that the five-element sword sect had a deep foundation. Chu, there are some things that I have to make clear to you. Jiangbei said, although you are a successor disciple, you enjoy the treatment of a successor disciple. However, this is the successor peak after all, not the successor peak. Therefore, in some aspects, you can't compare with a successor disciple. Chu was not surprised. First of all, the density and purity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth can't be compared with the successor peak. Furthermore, the identity sword token of a successor disciple has the effect of assisting cultivation. But the identity sword token of a successor disciple doesn't have this effect. Jiangbei explained, however, in terms of the supply of yuan qi pills, it is the normal standard for a successor disciple. In fact, there are some benefits because in the five-element sword sect, there is no prohibition against fighting between disciples. Only by fighting can one better stimulate one's potential. With your current strength, if you enter the successor peak, I'm afraid the consequences will be very bad. In the successor peak, you can still deal with some people. Chu nodded. Since you can understand, I won't say any more. Now, choose a cave to be your place of residence and cultivation. Jiangbei took out a jade plate and activated it after injecting sword energy. The jade plate showed the distribution of all the caves in the successor peak. The successor peak was a mountain peak. From low to high, there were many caves. The density and purity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth also had obvious differences. The highest cave had the densest and purest yuan qi of heaven and earth. At the same time, the power of the five elements was also the clearest. You can enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple. In that case, you have the authority to choose the cave abode at the highest level. Coincidentally, one of the 10 cave abodes at the highest level is now vacant. The original owner of that cave abode was promoted to a personal disciple. You can choose that cave abode. Jiangbei pointed at a cave dwelling displayed on the jade plate and said to Chu, if you choose this cave dwelling, I have to tell you that its original owner is the #1 successor disciple of the main branch, Xueqi. That cave dwelling is not better than the other 9. At most, it is equal. However, if you choose that cave dwelling, it is very likely that you will face some strong enemies. Chapter 1086. The main branch's true disciple peak was tens of thousands of feet tall, reaching into the clouds. At the highest point of the true disciple peak, there were a total of 10 abodes. They were located on the same level, but each abode was quite far from each other. The abode that Chu chose was called Heaven's Abode. It was the abode that the #1 true disciple of the main branch, Xueqi, used to cultivate in. It was only because Xueqi was promoted to a personal disciple that this abode became empty. The abode that the #1 true disciple of the main branch used to live in was located at the highest point of the abodes of the true disciples. Regardless of which one it was a great attraction. Under normal circumstances, Chu did not have the qualifications to choose this abode. However, Elder Xian said that although Chu was a true disciple, he had to enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple before he was qualified to choose Heaven's Abode. The Jiangbei deacon also explained everything to Chu. All the pros and cons were up to Chu to decide. In the end, Chu still chose Heaven's Abode. A good cultivation environment was more beneficial to one's cultivation. Heaven's Abode was said to be a majestic astronomical phenomenon. It was majestic and vast, standing at the edge of the cliff, facing the endless sea of clouds. The sky was vast and the earth was boundless. Standing outside heaven's abode, facing the sea of clouds, the clouds rolled and drifted. It was vast and boundless. Chu Mu took a deep breath. He seemed insignificant, yet infinitely tall. His heart was open, and the wind and clouds were surging. He unsheathed the five-phase sword and started practicing his sword techniques. Looking from afar, Chu Mu seemed to be practicing his sword on the sea of clouds, like a sword immortal descending to the mortal world. After practicing a sword technique a few times, Chu Mu sheathed his sword and slowly exhaled. The white breath was like a sword, shooting towards the vast sea of clouds as if it had merged into it. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. After becoming a true disciple, he enjoyed the treatment of a personal disciple. Apart from the sword medallion, he also received the inner armor and the five-phase sword. Apart from that, he also received the relevant sword techniques and books. There were a total of 5 types of sword techniques: the metal sword technique, the wood sword technique, the water sword technique, the fire sword technique, and the earth sword technique. These 5 sword techniques happened to be the 5 sword techniques that Chu Mu faced and finally learned when he challenged the 5 elements heavenly challenge. In terms of rank, the 5 sword arts were only at the middle rank of the human realm. However, the mysteries contained within them were incomparable to the top rank of the human realm. Because these 5 sword arts were created by the founder of the 5 elements sword sect after hundreds of years. His purpose in creating these 5 sword arts was to lay a solid foundation for the disciples of the 5 elements sword sect. Perhaps in battle, the power of these 5 sword techniques was only at the standard of a normal person's middle-tier sword technique. However, when cultivated, it could allow the swordsman to better cultivate the power of the 5 elements, allowing the swordsman to better cooperate with the power of the 5 elements. It was also the foundation of many powerful sword techniques of the 5 elements sword sect. As a disciple of the 5 elemental sword sect, he had to learn at least 1 or 2 of these 5 sword techniques. As for disciples like Chu Mu who had mastered the power of the 5 elements, he had to cultivate all 5 of them at the same time. He made the starting gesture of the metal sword technique. His aura condensed, and a trace of sharpness appeared, as if it could cut open the sea of clouds in front of him. He struck out with the first move of the metal sword technique. The sharpness of the sword was unparalleled and pierced through the void. Under the sword, there seemed to be a vacuum. Chu Mu's mastery of the rules of metal had reached the nuance level, so he was more proficient in using the metal sword technique. The power of the metal sword technique was much greater than that of a normal middle rank of the human realm sword technique. The ancient book contained the rules of the 5 elements sword sect, the history of the 5 elements sword sect, the ways to obtain and exchange contribution points, and the knowledge about the power of heaven and earth. Chu Mu had read all of these ancient books and memorized their contents. Only then did he know that the power of heaven and earth was not only divided into concepts, profound meaning, rules, and so on. At the level of rules, there was also a division of mastery. From lowest to highest, it was fundamental, nuance, exquisite, heavenly fusion, and primal chaos. In the ancient world, the heavenly Tao was not perfect, and the laws that swordsmen comprehended were flawed. It was just that they did not notice it at all. Only after entering the ancient God world could they sense it. With a flawed rule force, no matter how much one cultivated, they would never be able to break through in terms of mastery. They could only remain at the lowest level, the foundation realm. Earlier, Chu Mu's mastery of the power of heaven and earth had reached the peak of the fundamental realm. After entering the ancient God world, his mastery of the power of heaven and earth had been perfected, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Even so, if he did not have the right opportunity, it would take a very long time for him to break through. The reason was very simple. Before this, Chu Mu had simply not known that the power of heaven and earth had different levels of mastery. In his ignorance, there was no need for him to think about it. Knowing and not knowing was only a difference of one word, but the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chu Mu also rejoiced over the fact that he had come to the Five Elements Sword Sect and challenged the Five Elements Heavenly Pass, allowing his law of metal and law of water to break through the fundamental realm and reach the subtle realm. The difference between the subtle realm and the fundamental realm was very obvious. Chu Mu could clearly sense that it was not just an increase in power, but also an increase in his mastery of the power of heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to raise his mastery of the power of heaven and earth to the subtle realm. According to the records, once one's mastery of the power of heaven and earth reached the subtle realm, one could begin to cultivate a force field. There were no detailed records of what a force field was, and Chu Mu did not know either, but he had planted a seed in his mind. After practicing the 3 moves of the metal element sword art 3 times, Chu Mu adopted a different stance, the wood element sword art. In an instant, Chu Mu seemed to become a motionless tree rooted to the earth, bursting with vitality. His long hair, like branches and leaves, fluttered in the wind of the cliff. He attacked with the first move of the wood element sword art. Like the branches and leaves of a tree, Chu Mu could feel that the wood phase origin rooted in his heart was beating continuously with his heart. Vigorous vitality surged through his entire body, as if a sliver of it had fused into the 5 phase swords, covering them with a layer of jade-green luster. The wood element sword technique also seemed to have been accidentally injected with vitality, becoming even more spirited. For a moment, Chu Mu seemed to be a growing sapling. The law of wood in his mental world was verdant and constantly extended, climbing to the peak of the fundamental realm. After practicing 3 times, Chu Mu sheathed his sword and adjusted his breathing. Then he adopted the stance of the water element sword art. His body relaxed, but he did not slack off. His mind also relaxed, becoming gentle and refined. It was like a clear stream of spring water flowing through his body, and a sense of comfort welled up in his heart. The sword in his hand rippled like flowing water. When the first move of the water element sword art was used, his law of water had already broken through to the subtle realm. When used, the sword flowed endlessly like water. 3 consecutive moves, without the slightest pause, were cast under Chu Mu's sword. They were continuous and endless, causing the surrounding air to become viscous, as if a long river was flowing past. Sheathing his sword, Chu Mu once again adjusted his breathing. The next sword art was the fire element sword art. Chu Mu's law of fire was only at the profound realm and had yet to transform into the law of fire. When he adopted the stance of the fire element sword art, his body did not have the scorching aura that the fire element sword art should have. Because the law of fire was too low, it could not be fused into the sword art. Naturally, it could not give the sword art any lifelike charm. Even so, Chu Mu did not give up on cultivating. This was because he understood that by using the 5-phase sword and cultivating the fire element sword art, he would be able to transform the profound of fire into the law of fire even faster. If it was in the immemorial world, Chu Mu did not know how long it would take for him to successfully transform the profound of fire into the law of fire. However, in the ancient god world, this time would be shortened. Moreover, with the external factors such as the enhancement of the 5-phase sword, the cultivation of the fire element sword art, and the environment where the heaven and earth lived, his comprehension of the power of the 5 elements was much clearer. After cultivating the fire element sword art 3 times in a row, although it was just a sword move, Chu Mu was able to develop a faint charm. It was like a burning flame. Chu Mu felt that his comprehension of the law of fire had become clearer, but it was still at the profound of fire level. Even with the various external factors helping him, it was not easy to transform it in a short period of time. If I have the help of the fire elemental pill, the time can be shortened again. Chu Mu said to himself as he kept his sword. It was a pity that his interspatial ring had been taken away by the evil dragon space pirates. All the wealth in it had been taken away. Otherwise, he could have refined some fire elemental pills himself. Suppressing this regret for the time being, Chu Mu started cultivating the last earth element sword art. Similar to the fire element sword art, he could only perform sword moves for the earth element sword art. It did not have any lifelike charm. The law of earth was in the same predicament as the law of fire. After cultivating for a while, Chu Mu started cultivating the Flying Heaven Imperial Sword art. The Flying Heaven Imperial Sword art allowed him to control multiple swords to attack at the same time. Although it was not as powerful as a sword art, it was able to interfere with the enemy to a certain extent. At the crucial moment, the Flying Heaven Imperial Sword art could be a trump card that could turn the tide of a battle. After cultivating for a while, Chu Mu turned and walked into the Sky Minister residence to cultivate the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in this place was at least 10 times richer and purer than the transit planet. With a thought, a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged into his body. Chu Mu took out another low-grade elemental pill and consumed it. Direct disciples were given 10,000 low-grade elemental pills every year. After cultivating, Chu Mu opened the Sword Sect Exchange list. It had to be said that this was very advanced. He did not need to personally go to the exchange hall. He only needed to open the exchange hall in his own cave. Of course, this was also a treatment that only direct disciples had. Those below direct disciples had to go to the exchange hall themselves. Otherwise, with so many disciples in the 5-element sword sect, if everyone exchanged like this, the energy consumption would be many times higher. Chu Mu became a direct disciple and received 1,000 sword sect contribution points. He could enjoy the treatment of a direct disciple and also receive 10,000 sword sect contribution points. He had a total of 11,000 sword sect contribution points, which could be used to exchange for some things. Chu Mu's goal was to exchange for some fire elemental pills and earth elemental pills to speed up the transformation of the law of fire and law of earth. Chapter 1087. Chu Mu found pills that were even better than the fire elemental pill and earth elemental pill on the exchange list. They were the Great Fire Elemental Pill and Great Earth Elemental Pill. Their effects were several times better than the Fire Elemental Pill and Earth Elemental Pill. They were both worth 100 sword sect contribution points each. Chu Mu exchanged for 10 Great Fire Elemental Pills and 10 Great Earth Elemental Pills, which were worth a total of 2,000 sword sect contribution points. He had never taken such a pill before, so he didn't know how effective it was. 10 pills was just an experiment. After placing the order, 2,000 sword sect contribution points were deducted from Chu Mu's sword sect contribution points. 15 minutes later, 10 Great Fire Elemental Pills and 10 Great Earth Elemental Pills appeared on the teleportation platform of the Celestial Abode. In fact, personal disciples enjoyed such treatment, and the abodes of the top 10 true disciples also had the same privilege. This was a difference in treatment, but it was also a kind of incentive. After receiving the pills, Chu Mu began to take 1 Great Fire Elemental Pill. The medicinal effect of the Great Fire Elemental Pill surged into his mental world, helping the essence of fire transform. Chu Mu could feel it. He hurriedly drew his sword and practiced the Fire Elemental Sword art. He felt that the effects had become stronger. The effect of the Great Fire Elemental Pill on him was beyond his imagination. With such an environment and such resources, if he didn't cultivate with all his heart, wouldn't he be letting himself down? In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu became a true disciple of the 5 elemental sword sect's main branch. In the past month, Chu Mu had consumed 10 Great Fire Elemental Pills and 10 Great Earth Elemental Pills. Under the environment of the Celestial Abode, the amplification of the 5 elemental swords, sword art cultivation, and pills, the power of fire and earth had reached the peak of the essence of fire and earth. They were on the verge of transforming. This kind of advancement was unimaginable. The slower the transformation of the laws, the longer the transformation would take. In the immemorial world, the transformation of the power of fire and earth would take at least 100 years. Even though he felt that he was on the verge of transforming and could transform at any time, there was always something between them. If he couldn't break through it, he wouldn't be able to transform successfully. Chu Mu checked the exchange ranking once more, and he noticed that there were indeed medicinal pills that were capable of allowing him to successfully transform the profundities of fire and earth into the laws of fire and laws of earth in a short period of a few days. However, the lowest actually required 30,000 sword sect contribution points, and it caused Chu Mu to be extremely astounded. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of exchanging for pills. He would slowly accumulate through cultivation until he transformed. The cultivation of the Gale Quick Sword had always been stuck at the level of 18 swords in one breath, as if it had reached its limit. In fact, what Chu Mu didn't know was that the Gale Quick Sword, also known as the Gale 18 Swords, was originally created by the person who created it. The limit was 18 swords in one breath. If it was an ordinary sword attack, it wouldn't be a problem to swing 30 to 40 swords in a breath. However, that was just a messy swing of the sword. It wasn't like the Gale Quick Sword, where there was a skillful swing of the sword that allowed the power of every sword to converge and finally form a gale that roared. The Gale Quick Sword had reached its limit, and the Raging Wave Sword had also been cultivated by Desheng because his law of water had reached the subtle realm. It was currently Chu Mu's strongest sword technique. Chu Mu had already done his best to increase his strength, but it was still not enough. If I become a core disciple, I can choose a human class martial art. If I enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple, I can choose a martial art that doesn't surpass the middle tier of the earth class. Chu Mu said after some thought. He once more opened the exchange ranking and began to look at the martial arts section. In the martial arts section, there were cultivation techniques, sword techniques, movement techniques, and so on. After a few glances, Chu Mu locked onto the sword technique section. Almost all of the sword techniques collected by the 5 Elements sword sect were related to the power of the 5 elements. There were a few that had nothing to do with the power of the 5 elements. Chu Mu looked through them one by one. The Raging Wave Sword was on the list, and so was the Blazing Mountain Sword. Suddenly, Chu Mu's eyes paused and fell on one of the sword techniques. 32 Swords of Wind and Thunder. The introduction was simple. It was a sword technique that used the power of wind and thunder to activate. 32 swords would burst out in one breath, forming a terrifying wind and thunder attack. This was a top-tier human class sword technique. If he wanted to exchange for it, he would need 10,000 contribution points. Chu Mu had just become a core disciple, so he had a chance to exchange for it for free. After thinking for a while, he took out his identity sword token and inserted it into the exchange ranking. After a while, the Sky Mutual Residence transfer platform flashed, and the handwritten copy of the 32 Swords of Wind and Thunder appeared. The reason why Chu Mu chose this sword technique was because he was interested. He felt that this sword technique was similar to the Fierce Wind Fast Sword, but it was more profound and powerful. He also believed that with the Fierce Wind Fast Sword as a foundation, it would be easier to practice this sword technique. He opened the handwritten copy and read it carefully, trying to understand the essence of this sword technique. Wind, thunder, wind, and thunder. Under the guidance of the wind, it only took 3 days for Chu Mu to grasp the essence of this sword technique, and he started to practice it. 32 swords, the angle of each sword, the trajectory of each sword, and the timing of each sword were all clearly defined. Just outside the Sky Mutual Residence, on the edge of the cliff, Chu Mu pulled out the 5-phase swords and started to practice the 32 Swords of Wind and Thunder. All of a sudden, the wind blew and roared, and there was a faint sound of thunder. The wind and thunder rose together, and the sword light shone brightly. After the 13th sword, Chu Mu's arm shook, and he quickly stopped. He recalled that when the 13th sword was released, the angle was slightly off, which caused the whole sword to be damaged, and the power could not be gathered. He continued to practice and continued to release the sword. Time flew. While Chu-mu was practicing, trouble came. You are just a Samsung sword of Gojoseon. How can you live in the Sky Mutual residence? If you know what's good for you, I advise you to pack up and give up the Sky Mutual residence. Otherwise, the consequences will be very bad. 5-star peak, sword of Gojoseon Chao Wang shouted at Chu-mu. You want to live in the Sky Mutual residence. Chu-mu, who had just finished practicing the sword of Gojoseon, heard this and asked calmly. This 5-star peak sword of Gojoseon named Chao Wang had just come to the Sky Mutual residence and threatened him to give up the Sky Mutual residence. Humph, you are wrong. The Sky Mutual residence has been reserved by Senior Brother Ning. When Senior Brother Ning returns from the swordless purgatory, he will immediately live in the Sky Mutual residence and become the owner of the Sky Mutual residence. Otherwise, do you think you will have the chance to choose the Sky Mutual residence? Chao Wang's tone was full of sarcasm. Senior Brother Ning. Chu-mu could not help but recall the words of Jiang Bei's deacon. When choosing the cave abode, Jiang Bei had recommended the Sky Mutual residence to Chu-mu out of goodwill. Because Jiang Bei wanted to befriend Chu-mu, Elder Xian had also said that he wanted to give Chu-mu the treatment of a personal disciple. When Chu-mu chose the Sky Mutual residence, Jiang Bei's deacon suddenly remembered something and hurriedly told Chu-mu about it. Before this, someone had spread the word that if there were any vacancies in the 10 best cave abodes on the successor peak, he would take them. Because this was just a rumor and not directly told to Jiang Bei did not take it to heart. That person was called Ning Zhongtian, a 5-star pinnacle sword of Gojoseon. He was extremely talented and could defeat most of the 6-star beginner sword of Gojoseon on the successor peak. He was the great-grandson of an elder of the main branch. His identity was not to be underestimated. Jiang Bei advised Chu-mu to choose a cave abode that was not as good as Ning Zhongtian's, so that he would not be targeted by Ning Zhongtian. However, Chu-mu shook his head. Since he had already chosen the Sky Mutual residence, he would choose it. A mere 5-star pinnacle sword of Gojoseon might be powerful, but it was not enough to make him retreat. As for the elder, he was indeed very powerful. However, Chu-mu did not think that the high and mighty elder would interfere because of a fight over a cave abode on the successor peak. That would be too much. Now, trouble had indeed come, but Chu-mu was not afraid. If Ning Zhongtian wants the Sky Mutual residence, let him come and get it himself. Chu-mu said lightly, How dare you call Senior Brother Ning by his name and snatch what belongs to Senior Brother Ning? You really don't know what's good for you. See if I don't teach you a lesson today. Chao Wang was furious and roared. He pulled out his sword, and his sword energy surged. His sword intent and rule power were instantly infused into the sword in his hand. His footsteps crisscrossed as he displayed a move of the mortal realm top-tier sword art. Raging flames spread out and scorched the ground. This was a dual fire and earth rule sword art. Just nice. I'll use you to test my sword. Chu-mu's eyes flashed. He was not afraid at all. The 5-phase sword vibrated, and in the midst of a buzzing sound, the power of wind and thunder erupted. The 32 wind and thunder swords were displayed directly. With the Gale Quick sword as the foundation, it was easier to cultivate the 32 wind and thunder swords. In just a short month, Chu-mu had cultivated to the point of 29 swords in one breath. 29 swords in one breath with the power of wind and thunder. Its power was many times stronger than the Gale 18 swords. Wind and thunder were born under the sword, and the wind and thunder increased the sword momentum. The sword and the wind and thunder, the wind and thunder and the sword created a myriad of phenomena. The brazen attack and the unstoppable sword momentum made Chao Wang's face change. He never expected that a Samsung sword of Gojoseon could burst out such an amazing attack. He quickly changed his sword move and displayed another move. Chu-mu's sword momentum did not change as he brazenly attacked. He was worthy of being a true transmission disciple of the Five Elements sword sect. They were both at the peak of the 5 stars sword of Gojoseon, but he was much stronger than Zhou Huapeng. But now Chu Mu was not the same as before. His cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the 3rd heaven of Fate Realm. The power of his sword energy had increased, and his mastery of the sword art had deepened. His strength had also increased a lot. After displaying the 32 wind and thunder swords, he immediately changed. The Raging Waves sword art was displayed without stopping. Attack, attack, and attack. The Raging Waves sword art was endless, like a surging wave. With his powerful divine sense and extraordinary fighting talent, Chu Mu was able to grasp the rhythm of the battle. Chao Wang lost the initiative and was like a small boat in the stormy waves, a leaf in the storm. The continuous attacks and the alternating display of 2 top-tier Mortal Realm sword arts firmly suppressed Chao Wang. 32 wind and thunder swords, 29 swords in one breath, directly hit Chao Wang's chest. His treasured clothes were shattered, his inner armor shattered, and his sternum was broken. His chest was charred black, and he flew backward and landed dozens of meters away. He was seriously injured. The disciples of the 5 Elements sword sect did not forbid fighting as long as they did not kill or disable each other. Injuries were inevitable. After defeating Chao Wang, Chu Mu did not say anything. He put away his sword and returned to the celestial abode. The celestial abode was sealed, so there was no need to worry about someone breaking in. Chao Wang clutched his chest and struggled to get up. His eyes were full of hatred as he stared at Chu Mu's back. Chapter 1088. The sea of clouds was endless, vast, and boundless. Between the rolling waves, it was like a vast ocean. As the sun set, the afterglow of the setting sun shone, covering the rolling white sea of clouds with a layer of dark red gauze. Chu Mu sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, facing the sea of clouds. The 5 phase swords were placed flat on his legs. His eyes reflected the sea of clouds and were also covered with a layer of afterglow as he fell into deep thought. The strength of a true disciple of the 5 Elements sword sect was indeed not something an ordinary sort of Gojoseon could compare to. That Chao Wang's strength was several times stronger than Zhou Huapeng's. If it wasn't for the obvious increase in his strength during this period of time, he probably wouldn't be Chao Wang's opponent. After defeating Chao Wang, Chu Mu instead felt a sense of crisis, because he truly felt the strength of a true disciple of an overlord sword sect. Chao Wang was like that, and then he thought of Ning Zhongtian, who was also a peak 5-star sword of Gojoseon, and was able to defeat an early 6-star sword of Gojoseon's true disciple. His strength was even more shocking. Even if Ning Zhongtian hadn't broken through to the level of a 6-star sword of Gojoseon, Chu Mu also felt that he wasn't Ning Zhongtian's opponent. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Moreover, the opponents he would encounter in the future would only be stronger. He had to increase his strength at a faster speed without any side effects. Increasing his cultivation was a must. Increasing his sword skills and other aspects was also a must. Strength was the combination of everything. A single increase would cause an obvious shortcoming. Cultivation methods were like this, unless there was a powerful elixir. But the contribution points were just too shocking. In the short term, Ning Zhongtian was his greatest enemy, a strong enemy. He didn't know when he would return. Once he returned, he would definitely make a move on him. Thinking of when Ning Zhongtian would return, Chu Mu's mind flashed. The place Ning Zhongtian went to was called the Swordless Purgatory. In the ancient records he obtained, there were records of the Swordless Purgatory. In each of the 4 major galaxies of the human race, there were 3 secret spaces called the 3 Great Purgatories. It was said that during the era of the gods, the sword god of the human race used his divine power to create them. When the gods fell in the Great War, the 3 Great Purgatories seemed to have disappeared. After the passage of time, They were found by the sword god Hall again and built a portal. The 3 great purgatories were the 100 Battles Purgatory, the 10,000 Laws Purgatory, and the Swordless Purgatory. Different purgatories had different characteristics. In every galaxy there was a planet with life, called the Purgatory Planet. This Purgatory Planet was the entrance to the 3 great purgatories. And within the overlord sects of each solar system, there was a stargate that could be used to teleport directly to the Purgatory Planet. True disciples had 1 free teleportation opportunity. Personal disciples also had 1 free teleportation opportunity. According to the records in the ancient records, the 100 Battles Purgatory was a place to fight with all one's strength. It was the best place to train one's combat skills, improve one's combat talent, and increase one's life and death experience. The 10,000 Laws Purgatory was the best place to cultivate the power of heaven and earth. The Swordless Purgatory was the best place to cultivate sword skills. It was said that if one could pass through the Swordless Purgatory or comprehend the essence of sword skills, they would be able to master sword energy. Sword energy was extremely useful to swordsmen. Ning Zhongtian's purpose in coming to the Swordless Purgatory was also for sword energy. However, sword energy was not so easy to master. Sword energy. The records of sword energy in the ancient records flashed through Chu Mu's mind. His eyes suddenly lit up. If he could master sword energy, it could also improve his strength. Moreover, if he could master sword energy, he would be rewarded by the sword sect. He got up and left the Sky Dweller, heading straight for the Stargate. After showing his identity, sword token, and verifying it, Chu Mu stepped into the Stargate. Time and space changed, and he stepped out of the Stargate. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu appeared on the Purgatory Planet. The Purgatory Planet was a medium-life planet. There was a Heavenly Sword Hall. With the Heavenly Sword Hall as the center, it radiated in all directions. There was a human city. The entrance to the 3 purgatories was outside the Heavenly Sword Hall. Although there was a city on the Purgatory Planet, no forces other than the Heavenly Sword Hall were allowed to enter. Otherwise, if this force and that force were to enter the Purgatory Planet, wouldn't they occupy the 3 purgatories? Other than the Heavenly Sword Hall, no one could stay here for more than a month unless there was a special reason and they needed to apply to the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Heavenly Sword Hall was the manager of the 3 purgatories. The entrances to the 3 purgatories were similar to the entrances to the 5 elements Heaven Pass. They were in the shape of whirlpools, but they were larger. They were like small black holes that could devour everything. Beside each whirlpool entrance, there was a black sword steel. There were no words on the sword steel. Chu Mu tried to place his palm on the black sword steel beside the entrance to the swordless purgatory. Immediately he was able to see the names. These names were all swordsmen who had passed through the swordless purgatory and mastered sword force. Since ancient times, there had been countless swordsmen who had passed through the swordless purgatory in the night darkness galaxy. Although only a small portion of them could master sword force, there were still quite a number of them. Chu Mu didn't carefully count how many people had passed through the swordless purgatory and mastered sword force. He withdrew his consciousness, and his palm left the sword steel. He glanced at the whirlpool entrance. After paying 1,000 low-grade origin pills to the Heavenly Sword Hall staff in charge of managing the whirlpool entrance, he walked towards the whirlpool entrance and stepped in. He only felt a suction force acting on his body. Soon after, his entire body was sucked into the whirlpool entrance and disappeared. His body sank. An irresistible force instantly descended from the sky and landed on his body. It penetrated through the top of his head without any hindrance. Chu Mu only felt that the irresistible force instantly filled his spiritual world. It directly enveloped his 2 great sword souls and all kinds of power of laws. Even the sword of divine sense that was formed by the power of divine sense was also enveloped. Chu Mu actually couldn't sense it. Sword intent, power of laws, and divine sense were all very important to swordsmen. Now they were all suppressed. He couldn't communicate with them and couldn't use them. His strength had greatly decreased. Soon after, the force flowed from top to bottom and surged into Chu Mu's body. It circulated in his muscles. Chu Mu felt that the strength of his muscles seemed to have been weakened. The force finally flowed into his dantian. The powerful divine wilderness, sword origin, also seemed to have been tamed and didn't move. Chu Mu also couldn't sense it. To put it simply, Chu Mu's power of laws, divine sense, sword origin, and even the physique that he was so proud of are all suppressed and weakened. He couldn't use his power of laws, divine sense, and sword origin. An unprecedented sense of weakness surged throughout his body. Chu Mu knew that it wasn't that he was weak, but that it was because his physique had been weakened. His original physique was like a cup filled with water. Now that it was weakened, the cup didn't change, but the water in it had decreased a lot. Chu Mu didn't panic at all because he knew that everyone who entered the swordless purgatory would face such a situation. In here, all of their strength would be suppressed and couldn't be used. They could only use sword arts and sword techniques that they had painstakingly trained in. The swordless purgatory cultivated sword arts. It was a pure sword art, a sword art that didn't have any other power added to it. On the outside, a sword art that didn't incorporate sword intent, sword origin, or the power of heaven and earth was just an empty shell. But when one truly grasped it and practiced it deeply, one would understand that it was a sublimation of sword arts. When used, the power would be first class. The sky of the swordless purgatory was dark red and filled with gray clouds. It looked very gloomy and oppressive, making people feel uncomfortable. The ground was also dark red, dry and hard. Traces of dry heat and cold aura intertwined. It really looked like the upper level of hell, the purgatory. Chu Mu didn't know how big the 3 purgatories were. He only knew that the swordless purgatory was divided into 9 levels. Only after passing through the 9th level would one be able to grasp sword energy. Now, Chu Mu was on the 1st level. The swordless purgatory was a secret space opened by the sword god. It was a world of its own and had its own independent laws. Anyone who entered the swordless purgatory could meet here. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu held the 5 phases sword tightly in his left hand. He took a step forward and began his cultivation in the swordless purgatory. Here, one relied on one's sword arts. Everyone's physique was the same. It didn't matter if you were a creation realm sword practitioner, a nirvana realm sword practitioner, an eternal realm sword practitioner, or a sword practitioner who focused on body tempering. There was no difference in treatment here. All power was suppressed, so naturally they couldn't fly. Stepping on the dry, dark red ground, Chu Mu soon saw a swaying figure in front of him. It looked like a human, but when he looked closer, it wasn't a human, but a zombie. They walked slowly on the ground. As Chu Mu approached, a few zombies seemed to smell the scent of a living person. They immediately became active and let out roars. The zombies that were originally dawdling raised their hands and strode towards Chu Mu. If these zombies were placed in the outside world, they would be trash. Any sort of Gojosian could kill tens of thousands with a single slash. But in the swordless purgatory, all power of a sword practitioner was suppressed. Their strength had decreased by an unknown amount. Facing these zombies, if they weren't careful, it was very likely that they would be killed. If they were killed here, they would really die. They were just zombies, and they were just a little ugly. Chu Mu wasn't afraid at all. With a slight push of his feet, he shot forward like an arrow. The 5 phases sword was unsheathed. The cold sword light swept through the dark air, leaving behind a faint trace. Kill! In Chu Mu's eyes, these zombies weren't nimble at all. Chu Mu easily passed by them. The 5 phases sword cut through the zombies' necks and beheaded them. The 5 phases sword wasn't suppressed, and its sharpness was still astonishing. After killing the zombies, Chu Mu didn't stop and continued forward. This place was called the Swordless Purgatory. using the word purgatory as its name naturally had its purpose, and it was also very practical.